genuinely, which is probably why Sam brought me in here, I was genuinely trying to do the jury job. I was really trying to figure this out. I had a good time just sussing out who's a liar and who is a truth teller.
Even now, I'm like, I don't really know what happened. Absolutely confusing chaos.
I've never served on a jury before. I've been called in, but then they're like, never mind. I realized that there's a lot I don't like about the process.
Wow.
Like when they tell me what to do.
Yeah. And I don't like when they don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
So again,
I think we were pretty
together
different.
with a perfect person.
Yeah.
Thank you, Game Changer, for having me again this season.
I can't wait to see this thing all lit up and show ready. It's going to be a really funny episode today.
Last season, for the first time ever, we did episodes not on our main set. When we were planning for this season, from the very beginning, we had known we wanted to do something in the round again.
We had one day to strike our set and then one day to build the round set. It's really tight turnaround.
I kind of had to come to Jesus with my lighting team and camera team and said, every 15 minutes we need to be hitting a milestone. And we sort of treated ourselves as if we're going to battle. Everyone did their absolute best, and by golly, we got there.
This is incredible. Look at the halls of plastic. Look at the Corinthian column. This is insane.
I know.
I knew I wanted those columns. That was sort of the leaping off point, was those ornate columns being our touch points that establish the circle, and then pipe and drape between them. We built these beautiful curved custom jury box and scoring box that fit around the curve of the parquet flooring on the ground. That was maybe over the top. They could have been straight, but I wanted them to fit around the curve.
Our stage looks magnificent. Shout out to the people who have been hard at work, switching something that looked amazing into something that looks an entirely new form of amazing. You all have outdone yourselves once again.
This was a Ryan pitch originally, a very clean pitch. Mwah.
Originally, I pitched 3 players do a prompt on like the regular Game Changer set. The prompt is done, and then the entire rest of the episode is this long, like, courtroom procedural about who won that point. Dan was like, that would work for 10 minutes, but like, let's just keep doing that. Let's have a jury come in and out, and we'll just do multiple rounds of that.
Ryan and Elaine and I had to do a little read-through with Sam earlier because we were like, what even is this game? Because sometimes, like, Sam is working on these until, like, the day of. Scripts are such a funny thing to have for Game Changer because it's an unscripted show. Yet we do have scripts. It outlines what all the rounds are, what the surprises are, and the twists are. I would arrive in the morning and I would read the scripts very carefully with an eye for, does any of this not make sense? Can any of this be clarified? Can any of these jokes be punched up? Sometimes changes are happening like up to the point of shooting, basically.
So give me a loud nope when something sticks out.
Does it matter who says it first?
It does. Xanax, Mercury, Venus.
We already missed, so then how are we supposed to do that?
That's hard.
To be the first person to say no.
Nope.
The cast for Kangaroo Court was my dream cast. I knew I wanted 3 players who could hold court. Vic, I just really love to see lie. Brennan and Abria, I've been fantasizing about putting them in like a courtroom episode for years.
Brendan had a D20 event in Vegas the night before and got to LA a couple hours before he had to be on set. We gave him lots of coffee and food, and he pushed through.
And it was a ball. This was a great episode.
How are you standing?
I don't know.
My players aren't on Taskmaster because of stuff like this.
They talk about us over on Taskmaster? That's tight. Cool.
Any episode with Vic in it is always going to be one where you have to be on your toes because Vic will always do the last thing you're expecting them to do.
Elaine! Elaine! Elaine, my love! Elaine! Come here quick! Ow! I'm hurt! Elaine, come here!
Elaine, don't do
Elaine,
it!
please! Who else is here and wants screen time?
Apparently, this is like now the 5th or 6th time that Vic has decided to take their shoes off and at the end ask us to blur their feet. There is now a running post budget for blurring Vic's feet. Our VFX department wants a word with Vic Michaelis about that.
Nothing has frightened me more than reading round 1 mannequin reveal on a teleprompter.
I
think it was my pitch to have one of the games be take the bras off the mannequins. Brennan's reaction.
I don't want any part of that.
And leaving the stage was very funny.
The mannequins with the bras, we had to play test that and get some of our assistants to practice debrawing the mannequins to see how long that would take.
The sports bras are not fun.
The mannequins needed arms for this to be difficult. And then sports bras make it that much more challenging because you can't unhook them, so to take them off is a little bit more of a negotiation.
These are my ladies. I counted and organized all of these bras. I'm really scared they're gonna like destroy these mannequins, and they're rentals, so let's hope they don't.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Okay.
I don't want.
Yeah, neither did we.
I don't-
Here we are.
I don't.
You do a camera rehearsal with your PAs and other volunteers standing in as players, and they follow the rules. They unclasp the bras, one by one, and the mannequin stays very nicely in place. And then you bring your players out, and they destroy the mannequins within 30 seconds.
Welcome to the party.
For the slime dunk tank, we went through a lot of iterations about what it would look like. And ultimately, the budget option is Ash and Nico, and it's the best option.
We wanted to do like a full dunk tank build, obviously. Realistically, it just wasn't practical with everything else that needed to play in that set. So it became like, yeah, you and Nico are gonna just get on ladders and dump some buckets of crap on their head.
The props master in me is just like, no, we gotta go big. You always have to go big, because if it ends up on screen, you want it to look perfect. This is gonna be the slime that we're gonna use for the dunk tank. It is a mixture of pudding mix and some water and just a little bit of oat milk, so it's vegan, which is really nice. So we just kind of eyeballed the recipe. It's all about feeling, much like soul food.
Nico wanted that really thick, opaque Nickelodeon slime because we're obviously 90s babies, so we have the text. We're gonna go off the text.
What I learned from that slime is that they make it edible, so that way if it ends up in someone's mouth, it's not gonna kill them.
What? A guy can't just take a bucket of slime and a bucket of feathers?
Once we were up there on the ladders, Ash is like, try to drop it slow so it doesn't splatter outside of the kiddie pool. I was just so excited to slime someone. I tried to go slow, but you don't really know how slime moves until you actually drop it onto someone. Seeing it hit Vic's head and go perfectly like horizontal and like most of it end up outside of the kiddie pool, you can't predict that.
It ended up being disgusting and splatted everywhere, which we were not planning for.
Who doesn't want to be covered in slime that tastes like Jell-O pudding? Apparently the answer is Brennan. He doesn't want that.
Pass is very fun.
Pass is very funny.
I would love to be slimed, and I'm sure we will find a moment for that to happen.
Sort
But
of
I just
Chekhov
think
slime.
It's Chekhov slime, but Pass is very, very
Chekhov slime.
From a production standpoint, one of the accommodations that we put together was we made sure that we had showers. Like we had to get trailers that day of showers so that they could, after they were slimed, go and take a shower and, properly clean up before sending them home.
Are you okay? Do you need anything?
No, I'm perfect. You're not gonna believe this. This is actually not the first time I've been slimed on one of your programs.
On a lot of them.
I felt bad that the players didn't actually try to do the puzzles because the art team had worked really hard on them.
The way you do the challenge doesn't matter so much as what you tell the jury. I'm gonna just claim that it was a survivor puzzle and I made the most progress, as you can clearly see, so I won. Somebody else might be saying, well, that wasn't the challenge, and it's all a matter of who the jury believes.
I had a chance to give it a shot myself before we shot, and I had forgotten that they were supposed to be podiums.
Gotta be up on the podium, Sam.
You bastard!
Elaine catching up.
There we go.
And Sam wins individual immunity!
Paul, Lane, got nothing for you.
I was the bailiff in this episode. I did Paul Raffarino last season, and people really liked it, and I had so much fun doing it. The name especially tickled Sam.
Now, Sam has taken to giving me some sort of pun anytime I'm on camera, so today was Paul Robailifo.
Parole Robolino, or Paul Risolino. There's different ones you could do.
Whoever gets me a hot dog will get my vote.
Do you have a preference on toppings?
I'll take mostly mustard and maybe just a little bit of blue.
You're gonna get a little blue.
We learned that Abria is pregnant. We were sort of like, oh wait, do we have to reassess whether slime is okay or whether hot dogs are okay? Is that gonna upset her stomach maybe? Sam made sure to kind of pull her aside and be like, hey, how would you feel about potentially getting messy? And she was like, I'm all in.
I was so sad that they didn't let me
eat more of the hot dog.
Hey, I was happy to eat the hot dog, and I'm sad you didn't get to eat any of the hot dog.
I didn't get any mustard on it. When you realize that mustard rules,
Is better, yes. When you acquire the taste for it, you go, actually, no need for ketchup.
you need for ketchup.
I
Little
for
kid,
ketchup.
you're like, I want ketchup, no mustard. Mustard's like, ugh. And then one day you go, oh, this is a gentleman's dog.
Mm-hmm.
This is
a man's dog.
This is a man's dog.
On three, man's dog. 1, 2, 3,
man's dog.
Great, we did it.
It's hard to be too serious when like the thing you're really stressed about is we gotta go fill a bucket with feathers and go make some slime in the kitchen and then run back and put 300 bras on a mannequin. I don't make this stuff up. It takes away any true stress I could have about the show when I like step back and I'm like, this is so silly.
Every season, I black out a little bit, particularly on stage. I'm like, what just happened? There's this little art weirdo that lives inside of me that's just really happy that I get to do something so peculiar and call it a job.
Hi dudes, I'm Brooke, and I'm wearing beige today. I'm sure you've all seen the sad beige influencer aesthetic at some point. It's gained a lot of popularity on TikTok and Instagram in the last few years. These influencers buy everything they own in shades of neutral, mostly cream, beige, and sometimes some gray, and it's always on Amazon. Last year, one of these beige baddies went viral for suing another one. It was beige on beige crime. Guys, drink every time I say beige. The media sold this story as an entitled influencer suing another influencer because she thinks she owns the color beige and this aesthetic. But what if I told you that sometimes the media can be a little bit sensationalistic about things? Don't freak out. But there is more to this story than the media would lead you to believe. During the last 2 years, Sydney, the influencer in question, has been dealing with this situation and subsequent lawsuit, so of course she couldn't talk about it, let alone get online and explain everything and defend herself. But on May 29th, she dropped a TikTok detailing her entire story and what she alleges went down. So we're going to talk about that today. Of course, with any situation like this, I have to use terms like allegedly and in my opinion, lest I face a lawsuit myself. So don't mind me, I wasn't there. But before I get into it, guys, please subscribe if you haven't already. It really means the world to me that you guys watch my videos at all, and for those of you who are subscribed, I can't thank you enough. Anyway, here is Sydney's story.
I sued another influencer for copying my beige aesthetic, is what the articles are saying. There is so much more to the story that hasn't been told. I've been silent for 2 years, and I'm finally ready to tell you my story. These are some of my posts compared to another influencer starting in 2023. I discovered so many posts that, in my opinion, were clearly copies of my content. It was not only shocking and frustrating, but it felt like everything I put into creating content was just stolen. I sent many requests to stop, emails, even cease and desist letters, but she kept posting. I felt like I had no other choice but to file a lawsuit. So I'm gonna start from the beginning with all the facts, receipts, and the truth. In December 2022, I met up with 2 other influencers to get food and film content. We had a great time and texted a ton in our group chat after this. And we planned to meet up again in January of 2023. At the January meetup, it was the same thing, and we talked a ton about hanging out again. It was like 6 days later when I realized I hadn't seen this girl's post in a few days, and that was weird because she posts a lot like most creators. So I went to check her Instagram to see if I just wasn't seeing her on my feed, if she was okay, and I was blocked. I immediately called the other girl we met up with. She wasn't blocked, and she had no idea why in the world I would have been blocked when we had all just hung out and all talked about how excited we were to have content creator friends in the area. I sent a text in our group chat, never got a reply, so I moved on and didn't think about it again. Until months later, I saw her content on a creator seminar, and people started sending me her content because they thought it was mine. It turns out, after she blocked me, her content went from looking like this before we met to this. And I didn't see all these posts for months because she blocked me, which seems to me like she didn't want me to see what she was posting. These are just a few of the almost 100 posts in comparison to mine that she made after blocking me. You can see my post date and then her.
My yard! My board! Get out of my yard! I want my board in my yard! No!
Hi dudes, I'm Brooke, and today I want to talk about neighbors. I've been pretty lucky with neighbors. I've never really had a crazy or wild neighbor, but a lot of people. Hi dudes, I'm Brooke, and it's almost Valentine's Day.
Off my yard! My board! Get out of my yard! I want my board in my yard! No!
Hi dudes, I'm Brooke, and today I want to talk about neighbors. I've been pretty lucky with neighbors. I've never really had a crazy or wild neighbor, but a lot of people cannot say the same, unfortunately. I feel like the best neighbor is the one that, like, you guys pass each other and give a little nod, and other than that, you don't remember that each other exists. That's the kind of neighbor I like, and that's the kind of neighbor that I strive to be. Today I'm going to be showing you some neighbors that are not that way. Not even a little bit. And yes, guys, don't freak out, but I did get a new mic, so if I sound really good and I look really cool and professional, just know that that's just who I am as a person. And the mic, it hasn't changed me. But you know what has changed me? Is that I officially hit 100,000. Thank you, guys. I'm kidding about it changing me, but I seriously am so excited and I'm so grateful. And very soon behind me, there will be a little silver play button, and I literally can't believe that it's real. And I'm so fucking excited and I'm so happy and I'm so grateful for all of you guys. And I will stop being sappy now, but thank you. If you are not one of those people who are already subscribed, come on, like everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. What the fuck? Subscribe, please. When I lived in Santa Monica, for example, the fire department was our neighbors. And one day the firefighters were washing the fire truck at like midday, and they were just like using a hose. And our downstairs neighbor, and she was like yelling at the firefighters to stop immediately. She was like screaming at them, like, you are being way too loud. It is too loud, telling them like they absolutely needed to stop doing that. And they were really nice. They were like, oh, okay, sorry, you know, like we'll stop. And I was like, girl, it's midday. I understand if it was like midnight, but come on, you know? So I've had definitely like my fair share of neighbors like that, because that's just the nature of living in an apartment. But luckily I haven't had any neighbors where they're like legitimately my op. Actually, no, that's not true. I do have one neighbor right now who's my fucking op. He actually is my worst enemy, and I tell my husband every time we pass his house, like, that's my worst enemy. Like, fuck you when we drive by him. Because one time I'm driving and it's a T like this, okay? And I will get to the videos in a moment, don't you worry. But it's a T like this, okay? I'm driving like up this way, and he is on the house in the corner, and he's got this big car parked in his driveway, and that's fine, whatever, that's where you park cars typically. As I'm coming up, I literally stopped, looked, and go, okay, nobody there. So I go to turn right, and he whizzes out on a motorcycle from behind his car where like I can't see, and I go, oh, and I stop, and like I didn't even get close to hitting him, but it was like, oh, I was already going, so like, hello, like he didn't look, that's crazy. I stop, and I even, just like because I felt like, oh, he's probably like, that was freaky, I almost got hurt, I gave him like a, oh my gosh, sorry, like one of those, and he went like this to me. And I was like, oh, fuck you. Like, I didn't even do anything, and I was being nice about it. Like, now I want you dead, dude. And so he's like my actual worst enemy, and I hate him because he shook his fucking head at me, even though it was his fault that he didn't look before he pulled out. Oh no, fuck that guy. He's my op, for real. So I do actually have a bad neighbor who I hate. My brother and I were like going back to my house to grab something on the way to a concert. And when I tell you that the entire night I was talking about how much I hated that guy, like, ask my brother, I promise. I literally was like, I fucking hate that guy. I hope something bad happens to that guy. Like, full hater through and through. So I take back what I said. I do have a neighbor that I hate, but that's just because it was unjust, and I didn't like the principle of him shunning me like that when I was the one in the right, okay? But the people we're about to see have had very different experiences with their neighbors where they're just straight up crazy and horrible. Okay, without further ado, here is our first crazy neighbors video. This person said, just bought a house. Are the neighbors fucking okay? Dude, why the fuck? Why are they all just stopping to look in? That's so bizarre. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that the person probably hasn't moved in yet, and they're like, they've bought it and are either doing renovations or like in the middle of moving, so like their stuff isn't in there yet or something like that, and so the neighbors like feel like they're allowed to look in because nobody lives there, maybe? That's the only thing that makes sense to me as to why that many people would find it okay to like peer into a stranger's house.
But what the fuck? That is like really brazen too, to like walk up to the door. Because you don't know, I guess, that people aren't in there until you're up there. So like, how would they know that no one's up there until they fully walk up onto the patio and like look in the front door? Yeah, what the hell? Maybe they've just got a lot of really weird neighbors. The like lack of privacy is astounding. That would really bother me just on principle. If you can't tell, things bother me on principle a lot. Ew, there's a fucking mosquito in here. But it's like, just don't do that. Just behave normal. Like, what the fuck? Just be like respectful of your neighbors. Like, what a weird way to also set up your like relationship with a new neighbor, you know? I don't really have like relationships really with my neighbors. Like, I know my neighbors on either side, but enough to just be like, hi, how are you? And like one time I grabbed my neighbor's mail for them while they were on vacation for a week or whatever and just held it for them, you know, like little favors like that. But nothing crazy to where we're like having dinner together or anything like that. But I would love that. It's just that my neighbors are, you know, both like senior citizens on either side, which is no shade whatsoever. It's just not really, what's the word?
Conducive.
Oh my God, what's that fucking word?
The word you're looking for is conducive.
It's just a pretty big age difference that doesn't really lead to a relationship as friends typically. That's just, you know, that's my setup. But like if my neighbors were my age or like similar to my age, I would love to be friends with them. It's just weird then to go to a new neighborhood and have everybody already have peered into your fucking living room. That's bizarre.
Face. Don't you? Put a finger at your face. You can. Anytime I want. No, you can't. It's assault. It's assault, lady.
I mean, listen. She's doing the most. But her words were, I can put a finger in your face anytime I want. Kind of true. Like, I don't think that qualifies as assault to like get in someone's face and be obnoxious. Is it fucking obnoxious? For sure. But I don't think that actually does qualify as assault to like just burst someone's personal space bubble like that. Because if it was, then like a lot more people would be getting arrested on assault charges for personal space violations. And I understand her sentiment as like, no, you don't get to do that. Because yeah, no, you don't get to do that. It's societally unacceptable. But we throw around assault pretty crazy in a lot of these Karen videos. It's typically the Karen that does it, but the girl behind the camera this time seems to be throwing it out, which is funny.
Hi dudes, Editing Brooke here. I know I'm being really semantic about that, but I think it's because I got my ass beat over a road rage incident one time. This girl hit me and then like hit my car, and then she got out and fully beat my fucking ass on the freeway, and that was like technically classified as an assault. And I think that's why I'm being semantic about like if you put your finger in someone's face calling that assault, like that's probably why.
It's assault. Not an assault. Okay, you came up. Evil. You are not respecting your neighbor's property, and that is why I'm telling you: either you get your act together, or this is going to happen over and over and over.
What is going to happen over and over?
I will shout at you. I will continue to tell you you are evil until you clean up your act.
Okay.
If you want to call the police, go ahead. Do it now. Go ahead, do it now. I'm also recording like you are recording. Go ahead. Because you are not respecting your neighbor's property, and I am letting you know that this is wrong. That is an assault on my privacy.
You have to copy every word I say.
No, not respecting
You
my
must
property,
really admire me.
My privacy, my property.
Your privacy?
You have no respect for us or other people.
No, nobody.
You are so full of it.
I am full
Either
of
you
it.
Clean up your act or get out of this neighborhood. Get out of this neighborhood. Otherwise, excuse me?
Otherwise what?
Otherwise, I will continue to tell you, clean. Go ahead. You are saying you will call the police. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do it when I want to. If you come up to me again and put your finger in my face, so help me, I will.
If you are threatening me, go ahead and call
You
the
say
police.
the same thing as I say.
Yeah.
Do you have anything unique to say to add to this situation here? Or are you just going to repeat everything that I say?
Yes.
What do you have that's unique to say that you haven't already said 1,000 times? Or you've copied me?
You will say 1 million times until you clean up your act.
I don't think you're going to get 1 million in, if you know what I'm saying.
Excuse me?
I'm pretty confused about that one because they're both coming off pretty fucking annoying. Like, they're both giving Karen. One's just screaming and one's like remaining calm enough, but like the calm one behind the camera still seems really like smug and self-important. It does give like what happened before you started filming, you know? Like, did you do something? Because like, why is she saying you disrespected and assaulted her property? If you were on her property, that's fucking weird. I'm gonna see if I can find more tea on this, actually. Let's see. This turns into a whole video of its own.
This is a decent community. It's not for criminals.
Wait. Okay, this is actually wild. I went on this person's account and their entire account is just filming this woman who was screaming, completely freaking out and berating them. So yeah, no, the person behind the camera is right to be annoyed. And there's like a video, I'll put it in. There's a video of her like terrorizing another neighbor as well. And it seems like every time the person behind the camera goes outside at all, this woman is screaming and freaking out.
I have a videotape of you doing.
What garbage?
What garbage?
This garbage that is landing from your trees.
It's landing from my trees. That's exactly correct.
Throwing it in my yard. Idiot. I will not allow you to trespass in my lawn. This is my understanding. Okay. You stand in your driveway. I will not allow you to come to my lawn. If you touch my driveway today, at any time, yes, I will try to. You tell me now to go because yesterday hours you have been on my driveway. I was not here. Excuse me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Then don't come in my lawn. You see that I picture you? My excuse me. So you touch me. Okay. So you do not touch me. I'm going on. Do not step in my lawn, or I will touch you. This is not your lawn. This is mine. Okay. This is mine. This is mine. Let me go. Let me go.
So genuinely, we actually might need to call somebody, but like for a wellness check, because what's going on? Like, is she okay? Is she like confused or something? Because that's a lot. She's really beefing with the whole neighborhood apparently. And I guess from what I could gather, the like assault on her property was leaves falling from a tree onto her lawn. So yeah, this girl's definitely the Karen in this situation. Okay, this one says, when your neighbor gets caught cheating and blames you because you have a Ring doorbell.
Please leave the package outside. If you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, she sure left a message. I have to bleep out the word she said. It's the one that YouTube won't even let me say the first letter of which word it is. Sorry, but I fucking can't. Also, it's never not gonna be funny to me when people are pissed off, like they're raging and they go like, because like, how do you not feel stupid? If I was raging and like, listen, I have a little bit of an anger issue. So like, I totally understand being pissed off. Not like this, you know, I don't fucking like rage, but like when I'm irritable or pissed off, if I was to like try and own someone by being like, I'd get pissed at how stupid I looked. Like that would piss me off because I looked so fucking stupid. I'd be like, why'd I fucking do that? Oh, she's barefoot in the fucking, she's barefoot in the apartment complex carpet. Oh, that's heinous, dude. That's heinous. Well, to be fair, it seems like the decision making with this one isn't A1, but bro, she's got a lot to focus on. The capris or something that we should talk about as well, in my opinion. I know you guys are all trying to bring capris back, but I promise we shouldn't. I promise, just don't. Anyway, that's really fucking funny. The leave the package thing is so fucking funny. It's so funny to fully crash out and then have the AI be like, leave the package at the door. You can leave a message now. Also, what a delay to that fucking thing. The doorbell, like, you might need to get a new one. It was like really delayed. This person says, what being a black woman in a retired neighborhood looks like. Calling the police on me for having my AC on. Oh my God. These people will call the police, like Karens will like call the police on people for anything. And it's like, first of all, that's hateful. Like to just call the police because you're beefing with someone. And second of all, don't you like think for a second about how that's a huge waste of like resources? It's so fucking stupid. Like there could be an actual emergency or something going on and like the fucking cops are coming worried about your neighbor dispute. Like, are you joking?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I need to talk to you.
I'm not at home right now.
Well, then I'm going to have to call the police to come over here because you were told not to put your air conditioner on, and your air conditioner's running and it's going in the unit downstairs.
The air conditioner shouldn't be on.
Wait, can you talk a little louder?
The air conditioner shouldn't be on. I spoke with my landlord.
Yeah. Well, the air conditioner's running. So maybe you have it on automatic. Let's have it on automatic.
Okay, well, I'll come home and I'll come and shut it off.
Okay, how soon can you be here?
In 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you then.
The audacity to be like, how soon can you be here? Like, I know she's just being nice because she literally has no choice, but dude, that's so fucking out of pocket. And this one I think pisses me off more than anything because the fucking like audacity to even give a fuck that a neighbor's AC is on. And even if it's against the rules, like, okay, is it coming out of your fucking pocket? Like, why do you give a shit? Riding the fucking dick of whoever controls the AC? Like, Jesus. That's so annoying. It just gives, like, so bored and needing to cause a problem. Ugh, it's so fucking irritating. And they're like, yeah, I need to talk to you. And she's like, literally was like, hi, how are you? Like, she started it off so nice when the girl came to the door and didn't even give her, like a response to that, you know? Like, at least pretend to be polite for a second before you go into full fucking asshole mode. But like, God, insufferable bitch. Oh, this one like pisses me off. So annoying. Well, then I'm gonna have to call the police. Oh yeah, that's actually your exact next step. Solid next step. You demanded that somebody turn off their air conditioning in their own house. They didn't do it. Call the fucking cops. Does anybody have the number for the police? Like, oh my God, like go lay down and watch TV or something. Like, I cannot. She's like, take up crocheting or something. Jesus Christ, get a hobby.
Pav, I thought I moved out the hood.
I could not make this shit up. Look at this cord. For the last 2 months,
took it from
the neighbors who own this big ass motherfucking house use my electricity to light they whole motherfucking
But neighbors
house up.
keep stealing my
Y'all,
electricity.
My light bill was $1,800 motherfucker. I just paid that in cold cash. Did you ask me? Did you ask me to use my lights? You don't ask me to use my electricity. You don't use my electricity without my permission. I pay this bill. You understand that, Josh? I pay this bill. I pay $1,800 motherfucking dollars for light bill. I don't have a dollar to spare.
Then he had the nerve to justify it, said it was just his phone, and said it was last night. They had the cord plugged up all tucked and neat under my mat. To have just been the phone IDGF.
Okay, y'all own y'all shit. I pay $1,500 in rent plus $1,800 light bill.
She said she pays $1,500 in rent and her fucking
Have just been the phone IDGF.
Okay, y'all own y'all shit. I pay $1,500 in rent plus. I pay this bill. I pay $1,800 motherfucking dollars for light bill. I don't have a dollar to spare.
Then he had the nerves to justify it, said it was just his phone, and said it was last night. They had the cord plugged up all tucked and neat under my mat. To have just been the phone IDGF.
Okay, y'all own y'all shit. I pay $1,500 in rent plus $1,800 light bill.
She said she pays $1,500 in rent and her fucking electricity bill was $1,800 more than her rent. They're 100% powering more than their fucking phone. That's bullshit, obviously. But like, oh, what the hell? Like you're stealing from your fucking neighbor? What the fuck? Dude, oh my God. good for her for like telling him off, because oh my god, that's crazy. I hope she gets her money back, because that's fucking crazy. I wish it could like break down what outlet was used on the light bill so that she could prove that it was that one or something. Oh my god, dude, I wonder what they were powering with it. Like, that's so fucking insane. This person says, enjoy this video of our neighbor poisoning our plants and then walking on our property. Driveway is her property though. Okay, so the driveway is her property, but she's walking on their property to go poison their plants. Okay, awesome. Like, why? What is the reason? What is the fucking reason, dude? What's really fucked is that, like, we can't use any of those, like, even insecticides or anything like that, or pesticides, because it would be really harmful to my dog, and, like, she could fully die if I use anything like that. And so if you, like, do a poison like that to a plant, like, you could be killing, and it looks like a front yard, like, you could kill a pet like that, or, like, the wildlife in the area. Like, we have raccoons, as you've probably seen from my ghost video, if you watched my ghost video. If you haven't, you should watch it after this one. But if you've seen that, like, we have raccoons, we have, like, coyotes in the area, squirrels, etc., that could, like, get into that and just, like, try to be, like, investigating or whatever and fully die. Like, that's so insane. And even if that didn't happen, like, why the fuck are you poisoning your neighbor's plants? I wonder if she has an issue with, like, the way it looks or something. Like, doesn't matter. I'm just, what the fuck?
Anne-Marie, I'm asking you nicely now. I want my board. I'm asking you nicely now to get out of my yard. Hey, get out of my yard.
I want my board.
Get out of my yard now.
I want my board. I'm calling the police.
I've already called the police. I've already called the police. Get out of my yard.
I want.
Get out of my yard before you get hurt. I don't care. Get out of my yard. So hire someone to come get them. So hire someone to come get them.
No, you took them off. You put them back.
Get out of my yard now.
My board's in my yard.
Get out of my yard now.
Get my board back in my yard.
Anne-Marie, I'm telling you, get out of my yard before you get hurt and try to sue me. Get out of my yard. Get out of my fucking yard.
I want my board
Anne-Marie.
in my yard. No.
Y'all are fucking senile. This is insane. Get out of my yard.
I want my board.
So fucking grab them and put them in your fucking yard.
You have your guy bring them.
No. Get out of my yard. Bill? Those
are not ours.
Those are not yours. Put them down. Put them down. Now. Both of you get out of my yard. Please get out of my yard, and we will talk about it when the cops get here.
I want my board.
Please get out of my yard, and I will talk to the cops. Congratulations. I want peace and quiet. Thank you.
What? What?
Come on.
I'm looking for a sledgehammer. Get that damn shit off my fence.
Okay, this is not even like a third way through the video. Why is she fucking barefoot? I literally cannot handle barefootness. So, like, maybe I'm just crazy about it, but, like, I don't even go barefoot in my own house. I have to always wear slippers, and, like, I bring slippers to hotels because I cannot fucking handle being barefoot. It really grosses me out. So people, like, going outside or, like, at all barefoot is so sick to me. Like, why the fuck are we barefoot? Ugh.
My yard. They put that on my yard. I'm getting it off my yard. Now, there's what that was up there.
This has been building up for a while.
I don't give a shit what.
All right? Now, I just want you to understand that things may be as you see them, they may be as we see them, they may be part of ours, part of yours. But this crap has to stop.
The next step is another fence is going to go up right on top of it, just like in the backyard. Is that what y'all want? Because I was very nice. I was very nice, and I did exactly how she wanted it. Are you hearing me? I did exactly what she wanted. I did exactly what she wanted.
Henry!
What? No, don't let that off my fence.
You know it's bad when even your man is not on your side. Like, even her man does not have her back in this moment and is like, whoa, you're going too far. What the fuck are you doing? And he doesn't seem to be much better from the way he's talking to the neighbor.
She said she wanted the spaces in between. I did exactly what she asked for.
She wants the spaces in between to see into her fucking yard. That's insane.
That what was behind it?
He said all the goodness of his heart, he was going to put up all those extra fences. No.
And I said no. I don't leave my things alone. That's not what happened. I am. Yes, I am.
You should, because
I'm pardon your nice language too. I am allowed to say fuck. I'm 45 years old.
Oh, wow.
I'm not your child. Yes, yes. I'm saying fuck.
Huh? Are you her man?
Do you know that this is a problem? Do you know that their dogs are a problem?
Are you entertained?
I want to see the pin mark. I want you to come in the house.
There is a way this will be settled in a. It may not be what I like, but we're going to get this.
No, I'm going to pay him to put a fence.
You got to pay him because you hired him.
I wanted my boys in my yard. I'm not paying anything.
I didn't ask you to pay for anything.
You're a workman, go away. You're a workman, go away.
He's
no,
no.
You're a workman, go away? Ew. The fuck? Like, he's not even a real person? What the hell? You did all of this in front of him. He's allowed to have a fucking opinion.
Lied to me the other night.
Keep talking. He's contaminating everything you say.
Okay, and here's the cops.
Dude, that one's a fucking doozy. I don't even know, like, what. She has so many issues with these people that she has an entire playlist on her profile called Cankle Chronicles. I don't even know how you fucking live like that, because, like, on principle, I wouldn't move because that's, like, giving them what they want. But then at the same time, how do you fucking live like that? Like, you hate your neighbor? It's so weird because it seems like there's a lot of like entitlement from older people directed at younger people in some of these videos. And it's kind of like in the Karen video I have where I was talking about how I think that because how they grew up with like the necessity to like respect your elders and everything, and they did that. And then now that they are the elders, society has changed and we don't really like play by that. We play by like give respect, get respect kind of a thing. And so if you're being a fucking asshole to everybody, then like people are going to come at you with the same energy. And so it's so weird to just see that play out. But anyway, let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you have any crazy neighbor stories as well. I would love to hear them. And if you like this video, you can also hype the video, which is a new YouTube feature that also just tells YouTube that you like the video a lot. And that's awesome for me. Doesn't cost you anything or anything like that. But it just tells YouTube like,
You're not going to the Bonnie Blue any.
I already got my. Calm down. Calm down. Oh my. Bro.
Damn. Bro, this is my first time being swatted. That's actually crazy. I'm being. There's like 100 f***ing cops.
Oh my god, bro. Oh hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
TikTok, I know you hear me. TikTok, I know you hear me.
Hi dudes, I'm Brooke, and I lost years of my life researching for this video. In full transparency, I kept going back and forth on whether I even wanted to do this video for a few reasons. The first one being that Natalie Reynolds has consistently done so much bullshit and offended so many people and been banned and unbanned, and so much has been deleted that I knew that there was no way I'd be able to find every single thing and be able to dissect and discuss it all, and I was worried about getting the timeline of everything correct or leaving out something important, and I hesitated to make this video because I was worried I was also giving her exactly what she wants, which is attention. But obviously, here we are, so I'm going to cover everything I can, but know that there are so many horrific things that she's done for attention over the years that I'm mainly just focusing on the big ones, and I'm piecing together the timeline to the best of my ability, but sometimes it's like via reposts and stuff like that, so bear with me. And as far as giving her attention,
I want the main thing you take away from this to be to ignore rage baiters and people posting shock content for views. I don't condone anybody going to her account to harass her or anything like that because first of all, that's weirdo behavior. We're better than that. But second of all, she wants you to. Don't give her what she wants. And since Natalie has been rumored to be also quick to threaten a lawsuit, let me make it perfectly clear that this is for entertainment purposes only and it's just my personal opinion, and everything I present today are allegations based on the information that's readily available online. Okay, with that disclaimer out of the way, we can actually get into the tea. If you have had the absolute good fortune of never seeing this woman on your feed, allow me to introduce you to Natalie Reynolds. From what I could tell, she originally gained popularity on TikTok with fairly regular lip sync dance videos and things like that, and then kind of pivoted to some like relationship content with her boyfriend Zach, which then turned into prank content, which then spiraled into the absolute hell that we're currently living in, which seems to be a lot of stunts, lies, rage bait, and being intentionally offensive for the sake of getting people worked up enough to comment. She's also been known to frequently stream on Kick, and she has one of those adult subscription accounts that YouTube doesn't like me to name, but you guys know the one. So one of the things that Natalie was doing that got her a lot of attention was claiming that she was Ryan Reynolds' daughter.
Ryan Reynolds is my father, and people are still saying that I'm lying. When you look it up on Google, it literally says Natalie Reynolds is the daughter of Ryan Reynolds. I'm gonna show a screenshot right here. It says all of my TikToks that I do, all the videos. Google proved it, guys. Spend a day in a life with Ryan Reynolds' daughter. I start my day by calling my amazing dad and then go to Dunkin' to get some coffee, which I have a card for unlimited free coffee because of my dad. Thank you, Dad. After that, I went shopping and bought a new $3,000 bracelet that I thought looked so cute. I also love collecting cars, so I went to look at some new cars but didn't really see anything I liked. I then practiced my acting for a little because I want to follow my dad's footsteps. Then my chef prepared me an amazing dinner, which was 10 out of 10. I then laid in bed and watched my favorite movie for a little before going to bed. Bye. If Ryan Reynolds is your dad, then make a video with him. Bet I'll prove it right now. I'm meeting up with my dad Ryan for Father's Day. I'm about to prove all y'all wrong. Alright guys, I just got to the restaurant. I'm waiting for my dad right now. I'm so nervous. My dad just texted me he's 5 minutes away. Y'all are finally gonna believe me. Guys, my dad just texted me saying he has to reschedule. He's tied up in a meeting. Follow me and I'll make sure to post another video with him. I'm so sorry guys.
Okay, so if you can introduce yourself.
Bitch, please. Y'all know who the fuck I am.
A quick Google search will tell you that Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively do indeed have 4 kids, but none of them are Natalie. In fact, you can even very easily find the name of Natalie's real parents as well, but I'm not going to put them on blast. Regardless of how easy this is to disprove, so many people are either young and gullible or don't care enough to exit out of the app that they're in to check it, that a lot of people still believed it. Like, a concerning amount of people. This was the beginning, from what I could find, of her allegedly just straight up lying for clout. Although, like I mentioned briefly already, there's basically at least one new lie or controversy with her every day, so it's really hard to say where it all started. Another bit of early backlash that she faced was when she went to a public gym and was live streaming herself while wearing body paint instead of clothes, which led to the gym kicking her out, obviously. I guess she had on bathing suit bottoms and a sports bra under the paint, so it wasn't like naked, but it was obviously a stunt to get people riled up. I'll show you guys that video here since she is clothed.
If you don't have clothes on, you need to be out of here, man.
I do have clothes on.
That's body.
Go closer.
How's your body paint?
That is body paint. I work in the industry enough to know. I work in the entertainment field.
He's saying you need to leave. He's not.
No, not a bunch of her. You can see.
Report me.
Cool. I mean, she's covered, so.
Yeah, she's covered.
She's covered. So we're not supposed to videotape her.
He said, I work in the industry. That's body paint. That's actually really funny. She actually goes out in public in body paint and way less than that underneath a lot, as is shown on her Instagram, although I can't show you guys those because I don't want a spanking from Daddy YouTube. But from what I could find, this was honestly just the beginning of straight up shock content for views. You know how toddlers sometimes scream and cry because they want attention and they don't care if it's good attention or bad attention because they're too immature to know the difference because they're just babies? That's kind of how Natalie operates, except she's 27. But regardless if it's just for rage bait, it doesn't change the way it affects people. We'll get into crazier things in a minute, but even if you go out into a public setting and just body paint, that's still public nudity. Especially if there are kids around, which you can't really control if you're going into public places like she has done, like the beach or the gym.
Babe, I really want to take a dip in the pool.
But your clothes are gonna wash off.
What are you talking about? I'm fully clothed.
Babe, that's paint. No. No! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god!
You're so jealous.
What are you doing? Your bikini's gonna wash off.
Oh wait, stop! I'm going for a swim.
It's pain, babe. Don't go in.
Have you ever heard of skinny dipping?
No, babe. Don't do it. No! No!
Oh my god!
Like, make your sexy content and get your bag. I'm absolutely not about to shame anybody for that line of work, but don't bring things like that into the public because people around you didn't consent to being in that situation. Another thing that frustrates the public about Natalie is that just about every video she posts is a direct copy of another TikTok creator. She's specifically known for allegedly copying every video Brooke Monk puts out, like right after Brooke puts it out, but Brooke is far from her only victim. Side note, I know Brooke is not a super uncommon name by any means, but it's not common enough to where I'm running into a million Brookes. Like, it's not like John or something where in the US you're running into a million Johns. So when I have to like say like, oh, Brooke did this, it's like kind of disarming. Anyway, here is some alleged evidence that Natalie is just copying videos.
I'm thirsty. Refreshing. Refreshing.
Can someone make an edit of me to make it look like I got into a car crash? Because I'm about to be late to a funeral, but I need an excuse for why I wasn't on time. Okay, here we go.
It's almost impressive, like the memorization that goes into that. Like, at that point, you're putting so much effort into it, just think of something. Natalie defends the copying allegations, specifically the Brooke ones, by saying that Brooke actually copies her and that everyone copies each other on TikTok, but only she gets hate for it.
You're copying Brooke. You're copying Brooke. You're copying Brooke. Shut up. I could literally just breathe and somebody's still gonna say I'm copying Brooke. And when I ask how I'm copying her, people always have the dumbest reasons why. For example, people always say I make the same videos as her. No, I don't. I am original. Like, what do you guys want me to do? Just not post? But no, my sincerest apologies for posting. Another one is that I took my braids out to look like Brooke. How? I was eventually gonna take these out anyway. Doesn't mean I'm trying to look like Brooke when I have launched right here. But why is it whenever I do a trend, I'm copying somebody, but then there's 1,000 other creators that copy everyone else and they never get called out? You guys spam the absolute living crap out of my comments. You want to be like Brooke. You look like Brooke. You're posting the same videos as her. No, I'm not. It may be time for you to get a job and move out of your parents' house. Go touch some grass.
But as far as Brooke copying her, the timestamps don't lie, and Natalie knows that. It's just more rage bait. She knows if she says, Brooke actually copies me, she's gonna get a million comments of people being like, but Brooke literally posts before you every time. She doesn't care, she just wants the engagement. TikTok pays creators per views, and the more a video gets commented on and shared, even when all of those are negative, the more the algorithm is going to push it because it's getting good engagement, so it will see that as people enjoying the video and in turn staying on the app longer. So as long as people watch, Natalie's getting paid. And speaking of getting paid, guys, subscribe to my channel. So the next controversy, if you can even call it that I'm going to talk about is probably her most notorious and what eventually got her kicked off TikTok for a short period of time. More on that in a little. This is when in May of 2024, she was live streaming and allegedly offered a homeless woman $20 to jump into Lady Bird Lake in Austin. Then when she said she couldn't swim, Natalie and her friends allegedly ran away laughing and left her there. I'll show you guys the video and then we can talk some more about it. And I do need to give credit where credit is due. I was only able to find these clips of the stream via Moist Critical's video about the whole thing. So for more on this specific situation, watch that video. I'll have it linked in the description.
Yeah, do you want to have a play date?
You want to jump in with me?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll do it with you.
I'd rather go skinny dipping with you, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, let's do it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'll do
Chad,
it.
like, they're all saying you're sexy and shit.
Really?
Yeah, they're all saying W woman, she's thick as fuck. You should jump in the water to find it for me.
Well, why don't you jump in with me?
I'll give you $20.
$20?
Yeah, that's a W.
No, come
that's
on,
a good deal.
jump in with me.
$20.
Hot.
Yeah, so you go in.
No, you gotta go in.
You
with
go
me.
in. You try to find the scanner.
You said you're gonna jump in with me.
I'll jump in after you.
We're jumping together, right?
No.
No. All right. You know why I wasn't going to? Because my feet were getting
You should
hot.
just jump in right now.
But I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready? Oh. Wait, what the fuck? Did you see her ass? What? Oh,
You said it was okay.
You said you wanted to swim.
You told me to jump in.
I didn't tell you to jump in.
Yes, you did.
Just.
You said you were gonna
Thank you guys. We're gonna have you guys get off the stop.
Wait, who is that? What the fuck is going on? I don't even...
I can't swim. I can only float.
Oh, she might literally die.
No, stop. Seriously, don't stop. Please, you're actually freaking me out. No, please. Please, not. No, please, she's floating. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. She says she's drowning.
Oh, this is bad. Dude, Natalie.
Sorry, I didn't know. We leave.
Oh, this is bad.
She says she's drowning. She says she's drowning.
I think you literally just murdered a lady.
No, I didn't. I swear.
I think you
No, I didn't. Let's go. Dude, she's drowning in the lake.
God, there's a fire truck. Nah, this is bad.
I did not know she was mentally ill. I thought she was just trying to have fun. I thought she was drunk or something. I don't know what you guys are talking about. What? Wait, why is she just here though? If she's like mentally ill, does she just like roam around the like area? Of course this happens like what? 30 minutes of my stream, like I spent time convincing someone to jump. See, now she's just floating in the water. I think she's on drugs.
So, a few things. First of all, people aren't allowed to swim in this lake for a few reasons. According to TexasPublicRadio.com, swimming there has been banned since 2 young sisters drowned in 1964. But there are a lot of reasons that swimming is banned, including poor water quality due to the algae and bacteria, dangerous debris, and sudden drop-offs. So obviously, even if you're Michael Phelps, it isn't safe to be swimming in that water, let alone someone who literally cannot swim. It just paints a very clear picture of how exceptionally fucking selfish she is, in my opinion, to even suggest that in the first place and make that woman the butt of the joke. But then when the woman says she can't swim, she fully leaves her there to drown and laughs and jokes about it. Like, they are literally laughing about how she's gonna die while they're actively choosing to abandon her regardless.
I think you literally just murdered a lady.
No, I didn't, I swear.
I think you
No, I didn't. Let's go.
Allegedly, as they left, somebody else called the fire department and they were able to save that woman, but no thanks to Natalie and her bum-ass friends. Natalie has since gone back and forth from using this for rage bait by talking about it as if it's fucking funny, to trying to explain her side of the story, to absolve herself of guilt, to making skits about it, to pretending to cry while apologizing for it, to literally claiming it was AI. I'll show you guys a few of the videos she's made in reference to this incident, but this isn't even close to all of them. It's like her claim to fame.
I'm here to apologize for the lady that I left in the lake. I know I messed up and made a horrible mistake, but I just really hope that you guys can forgive me and understand that every human isn't perfect. I had no bad intentions with the situation. All I wanted to see was her swimming and having fun. I've taken a lot of time to reflect on my past mistakes, and I ask that you guys please help support me. The link is in my bio and it's 50% off right now.
There was also some talk about you like drown a homeless lady in a pool or like some lake or something.
That clip's AI. That's fake.
So you didn't hurt the homeless lady?
I didn't. Why would I ever tell somebody to jump into the water?
Okay.
The internet tries to make me look bad. That clip's fake.
That's fake?
Yes.
This is a public apology to the lady I left in the lake and almost ruined her entire life. I'm calling her right now. Hello? Hi, this is Natalie Reynolds from the lake situation.
Oh my god, it's Natalie from the lake.
I just was calling to say that I'm really sorry, and I regret it so bad.
Listen, it's okay. I've been trying to talk to you for so long.
I know.
Sweetie, it's okay. We all mess up.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me.
So should I explain the I hate talking about the. Isn't it crazy people still talk about Lady in the Lake? The most, like, that clip, it was a 2-minute interaction in my life, and people still won't shut up.
Another thing that Natalie loves to do for negative attention is cultural appropriation. For example, she wore braids for a while and made it her entire personality. Even going up to black women on the street and asking them if they think she should be allowed to wear braids or not.
Do you think me wearing braids is cultural appropriation?
Yes, it is.
Why do you feel that way?
Because braids, I feel like there's a history behind it.
Well, it's proven in history that Vikings invented braids, so technically I own this hairstyle.
Then why does it make your hair fall out?
So you think just because I don't have the proper hair type for these braids, I shouldn't be getting it?
If you know the history behind it, okay, but if you don't know the history behind it, you have no business wearing it.
And the history behind it is Vikings created them, so therefore I can wear this hairstyle.
Also just fully cuts her off. What'd she say next, Natalie? Go ahead, post it. I'll get into the history of box braids and dreadlocks in a second because it sure as fuck is not Vikings. But let me show you the rest.
Do you think it's offensive if I wear braids?
Yes, because you don't understand the culture or the meaning behind the braids. White girl with braids just doesn't fit right in my spirit. Like, you're literally trying to cosplay me.
How am I trying to cosplay you when Vikings invented braids? I'm a Viking with this hairstyle right now. And if anything, you're cosplaying me because you're wearing a wig right now, which doesn't fit right with my spirit.
You guys just want to be us so bad.
I think you want to be me. Okay.
The wig comment was so fucking racist, and she has no fucking idea what she's talking about. I'll get into it in a second. Like, just watching it pisses me the fuck off. She's so ignorant. Like, I know that... I know it's rage bait, and I'm still fucking falling for it. Like, I still have a hook in my mouth. Like, I just can't. It doesn't change the effect. It doesn't change the fact that she's offending these people and she's hurting these people, and like, she's putting these like women's face, whether or not they give her approval, on her fucking page, where a ton of other white people are like, yeah, it is fucking stupid that you can't wear braids when the freaking Vikings invented them. No, they didn't. Like the first woman said, if Vikings invented them and they're your culture, why is your hair fucking falling out from wearing them?
The internet is saying I'm not allowed to wear braids. Do you think that's true?
Girl, you know that's not for you.
But I feel like not one specific culture owns braids. So therefore you guys don't own braids. I feel like I also own braids because I'm a Viking and this is a Viking hairstyle.
No, braids come from, they have a lot of history towards it.
Yes, and the history is Vikings invented braids.
Hold on, wait a second. Wait a minute, I gotta get ghetto in it.
I've done my research.
It's not about research. It's about history. It's about history.
And I know the history. Like,
I don't want to get ghetto. I'm about to get ghetto, y'all. I don't know why.
Know the history.
You just wearing it because you want to wear it.
And you're wearing wigs just because you want to wear it.
She's not even wearing a wig. She's not wearing a fucking wig. And there's no history culturally behind wigs to white people. There's no white culture. So you can't fucking claim that somebody's appropriating your fucking culture. I know it's rage bait. I know it's rage bait. But let's pretend it's not for a second. Why are you asking if you already are gonna not take the answer? You know, like, you've asked all of these women, they've all told you the same fucking answer. They've all told you it's not okay. They've all told you it offends them. They've all told you that there's a cultural history there that you clearly don't understand. And every time you give them like, what the Vikings? Bitch, put 2 Dutch braids in your hair and fuck off. They look fucking stupid too. I think I spit. They look so fucking stupid. Forehead's too fucking big to be doing all that. And I can say that because my forehead's big. Anyway, this one especially pissed me off because not only does she film that woman and like try and make her look bad, then she like calls the woman crazy for being frustrated after that interaction and trying to explain to her like, no, it's not fucking okay. So the text on screen, I believe, is from her boyfriend. So this is like her boyfriend, Natalie's boyfriend's TikTok, calling the woman crazy.
You not what the f***ing black.
I just asked you a question about
I don't
my
give a f*** that you ask me no question.
I just asked
you not black. Who the f*** you think you is to wear braids? I don't give a f*** about no matter.
It doesn't matter.
You okay, but when we say, nah, f*** that.
I thought you wanted to have a mature conversation. Turn around and look her in the eyes and tell her why it's okay that you wear braids. Go ahead and educate her on the history of the Vikings. No, you want to make her look crazy. You want to fucking play into the aggressive black girl narrative that you're fucking playing into for your views. It's so fucking racist. It's so gross. I don't need to tell you guys. You guys know. You guys are good people. Like, right? Anyway, God, it doesn't end. Of course it doesn't end.
Said something about my braids.
They're ugly as fuck.
Okay, and your braids are ugly.
Bitch, fuck you.
She wanted to say something, but now that I'm behind her, no.
Okay, it's my opinion.
This is the phone right here. This is his phone that got smashed.
Right there in the ice cream shop.
Imagine minding your own black ass business and a Caucasian woman is following you, asking if it's okay for her to rock the braids that she already have in her hair. You let her know those braids are raggedy, and no, rightfully so, right? And they continue to follow you, film you, argue with you. You knock the phone over and they call the police on you after they were harassing you. Now look, Kyle and Karen, if those police would have came there, harmed that black woman and unalived her, would it all been worth it? Because I know our lives don't mean much to you. But it's all for the views and the clout, right? But let me tell you all something. You all are secretly the R word. That's what you are. That is what you are. And you follow black women and harass them and put them in danger and make them feel uncomfortable within your presence.
To continue to fucking follow her and then call the police, which is literally putting her life in danger, over your fucking phone when you're the one shoving it in her fucking face. Like, you started this. You started the altercation. And you know how this is gonna go down. The cops are gonna be there and they're gonna fucking believe everything you say. And honestly, had something happened, Natalie would be using it as her new fucking Lady in the Lake story. I'm certain of it. In my personal opinion, allegedly. But you guys, you should feel really bad for her because she was treated differently from her braids.
I was denied service because of my braids. I feel the need to bring attention to what just happened to me because this is just getting so out of hand now.
She feels the need to bring attention to people being denied service for their braids. Just wanted everybody to hear that part.
I was going to a hair salon to get my braids taken out, and right when I walked into the salon, the lady at the front desk said, "Nope, you're not welcome here. Get out." I tried asking why and explained that I need help with these braids getting taken out, and she kept saying that hairstyle's not meant for you. Your hair's gonna fall out. You should have never gotten those braids in the first place. Why do you care what hairstyle I got? Like, can't you just help with the service and get the braids taken out? But I feel very disrespected that this lady told me to leave, saying that my hair was cultural appropriation and that she denied me service for no valid reason. A business should never deny somebody service just because they don't like them on the internet. Karma's gonna get y'all.
Okay. I know it's rage bait. I know it's rage bait. I know it's rage bait. I know that probably didn't even happen. I'm certain it didn't even happen. But even to get online and make up a story where you were treated differently for your white braids is so fucking insensitive and crazy when there are literal black kids getting kicked out of school for having braids or locks or any protective style or cultural style for their own fucking hair, like their own hairstyles. For their culture. They're getting like not allowed in school, they're getting discriminated against with their jobs. But no, you poor thing. Somebody didn't want to do your hair because you're a racist piece of shit on the internet. Allegedly. And I know it probably didn't happen, but the idea that she thinks it's okay to even like, oh my God, dude. We'll suffer through one more braid adjacent Natalie Reynolds video, and then I'll let someone else speak on the subject.
Vikings invented braids. I am sick of people saying that this hair is cultural appropriation, that I'm not allowed to wear it. And on top of it, you guys are saying Vikings didn't invent braids.
Blow your nose. Blow your fucking nose. Use some Flonase, blow your nose. Do something. Something's gotta give. Sorry, let's continue.
And on top of it, you guys are saying Vikings didn't invent braids. Like, that is one of the biggest arguments in the comments. If you look it up on Google, the first thing that pops up is Vikings invented braids. And there's nothing wrong with that. And people are saying my hair is gonna fall out. You can have any type of hairstyle for braids. My hair isn't going anywhere. A hairstyle is not owned by one specific culture, and I can wear whatever I want on my head.
Okay, I feel like we know how I feel about that. She sounds like the fucking Santa Claus sketch from I Think You Should Leave. I told your producers not to mention it at all. It's sort of like a cosmic gumbo. That's how she talks. Oh my god.
Unprofessional bullshit.
Regarding the videos where she goes up to women and asks if she's allowed to wear braids, even if those videos are real, because let's be honest, so much shit she posts is fake, you don't get to just put people on the spot like that. A lot of the people that defend Natalie wearing braids say it's just a hairstyle, let her wear whatever hair she wants, and Natalie herself will say Vikings invented braids, so it's her culture, but a few things. Vikings did not fucking invent braids. And even if they had, which they didn't, they did not invent box braids and cornrows that Natalie's wearing, so it wouldn't matter anyway. Also, straight fine hair like Natalie's or mine is not suited for that style. Not just because it looks fucking stupid, which it does, but also because it's a protective style for black hair. Her hair is not suited for the tension used when braiding those styles. It will literally make her hair fall out. Lastly, it's not just a hairstyle. Braids are a huge part of Black culture, and the Black community faces discrimination to this day for practicing their own culture and wearing that hairstyle. This TikToker, Kaylin Easley, explained her thoughts about it, and I'll let her explain.
Thank you for asking this because I have a couple of things I want to say. This is my biggest problem, and this is about braids and many other things. Non-Black people are able to do that with no judgment, no criticism, no nothing. But when Black people partake in their own culture, we literally get stereotyped. We'll get discriminated against. I mean, the whole nine. The problem that I have is that non-Black people are able to do things that originated with Black people, and there's no issue. It's fine and dandy. But the moment that Black people do it, it's almost like, you know, people retreat to saying very harmful things about us, meanwhile praising non-Black people that do things that we created. I don't think it will ever sit right with me. Personally, it won't. I know people are going to do what they want to do and nothing I say can stop that, but I feel like it's something very insensitive about non-Black people doing things that they know Black people are barely able to do because we'll get discriminated against. There's so much history in Black culture, and when you have other people aimlessly and mindlessly participating in it, being aware that there's history behind it and not caring, I think it's crazy. Because how can you love the culture but hate the history? It's like they like the image that it gives them. They like the look, but they don't want nothing else. They don't care about everything else that comes with that. And the craziest part is a lot of the people that are biting off of Black culture don't even like Black people. So there's that. You have non-Black people wanting to utilize and wanting to dress up in Black culture and dislike Black people. Don't care about anything we have to say. Don't care about any of the history. They don't care about anything. I mean, come on now. There are people getting fired from their jobs simply because of their natural hair, not even box braids. There are kids getting kicked out of school for their hairstyles. I actually remember seeing this young man had to cut his dreads off to do a wrestling competition, something like that. Black people are literally getting discriminated for the hair that grows out of their head. And still, even box braids will still get discriminated over things like that. So it does rub me the wrong way that that's happening to Black people. Meanwhile, when non-Black people want to replicate those styles, they can with no issue. And lastly, it will always baffle me how there are literally stipulations and rules in some workplaces and schools about the way that Black people's hair grows naturally out of their head. It's just disgusting, to be honest.
It's also worth noting the actual history behind braids, which is really well explained in this TikTok that I'll show you right now. Both of these accounts will be linked in the description.
Braids are more than a hairstyle. They're a language of heritage and identity. Dating back over 5,000 years, braids originated in Africa, with intricate styles symbolizing tribe, status, and age. In ancient times, braids were a way to communicate. Patterns like cornrows indicated where someone was from, their marital status, or even their social rank. During the transatlantic slave trade, Braids became a form of resistance. Enslaved Africans used them to map escape routes and hide grains for survival. Despite centuries of oppression, braids remain a symbol of resilience and cultural pride. Today, African braids are a global phenomenon, celebrating beauty and craftsmanship while honoring ancestral traditions. Every twist tells a story, a legacy woven into strands of strength and style.
So Natalie's saying, oh, if I can't wear braids, then you can't wear wigs. First of all, fucking racist. And second, straight hair isn't your culture. But why stop there? Natalie also wore a native headdress in a Coachella Get Ready With Me because she was going for an Indian vibe. Her words, not mine.
Get ready with me to go to Coachella. Starting with the top, I got it from Paxton. Let's put it on. There we have the top. I got it on sale for $200, so it's definitely worth it. I have these really pretty boho pants that are mesh, which is perfect for the hot weather. Oh my god, look at these pants! I'm now going to be adding this fishnet cover-up just to add more spice to the outfit. Also, I'm a little annoyed because I messaged James Charles to meet up, and he declined my offer, saying that I was setting him up for a hate crime, which... the fuck? But James, do I really look that scary to you? All I wanted was my makeup done and to meet up with you at Coachella. You can't finish a Coachella outfit without accessories, so we're gonna start with this beautiful seashell belt. Final touches, bracelets. I like this because it matches the Indian headdress because I'm going for like an Indian vibe theme. Coachella's food is very expensive, so you know I'm bringing my own chips and salsa because I'm not paying $70 for chips. Okay guys, this is the final outfit. We have the shoes, okay. Coachella, I'm ready for you.
And again, people were obviously extremely upset about this because it was super offensive, intentionally. And of course, she milked this for all that she could, just like she did the braids. Headdresses are extremely significant in many different native cultures. This TikToker, Recycled Stardust, made a video sharing her thoughts about it, so I'll let her explain. And of course, I'll link her account in the description as well.
Every single actress or actor or musician that dresses up in the headdress or the feather, pretending to be native or wearing native regalia in a disrespectful way is wrong. This includes icons like Cher, the Village People, Indian Man, even Snoop Dogg. And the big argument that a lot of people make is, well, if you're native, you can wear it. Not quite. So the Native American headdress is not a fashion statement. It's not a piece of clothing. It is regalia. That means it's worn with a purpose. It's worn in ceremony. It's worn as an honor. And even the feather has meaning. Strong meaning. Feathers are something that are very meaningful to Native people. And it's kind of illegal to own real feathers in the United States, unless you're Native. Just putting that out there. It would be the equivalent to a civilian wearing a full military outfit, not a fake military outfit, a full like Army, Marine, Air Force outfit. And then also wearing all of like the stripy things, I don't even know what they're called, or the badges or the medals or a purple heart. I'm walking around in the street and having people going, thank you for your service, but you didn't serve anywhere. You literally just got a uniform and put it on. And if we started calling the military uniform a costume, how do you think that would make a good old red-blooded American feel? Probably angry. Go up to anybody that served in the military and say nice costume, see if they get angry. So the same thing can be said about the Native American headdress or any Native American clothing like this shown from Outcast. We natives have a problem with it, not only because it's disrespectful to our sacred items, but also we are the lowest minority group. Our women are being unalived at an alarming rate. Many of us don't have access to clean water, healthcare services. We're constantly having to fight for what little we have left because, as you know, the governments hate keeping the treaties that they create with us. They'll keep it with everybody else, but not with us. So yes, it's a huge deal and it's a huge problem, and it is wrong for any actor, actress, musician, or just regular person to put on a headdress and pretend to be a native.
And in true Natalie fashion, she defended this by saying that the model for the headdress on Amazon was white, so it's not her fault.
You're not allowed to wear that headdress. Take it off.
I'm allowed to wear this headdress. I don't know what's bad about this. I'm not making fun of Indians in any way, shape, or form. And white models on Amazon literally wear this stuff. So why aren't we canceling Jeff Bezos? Why are you guys trying to come at me?
Again, I gotta remind myself and the class that it is intentional rage bait. She wants to make us mad. But again, that doesn't change the effect. Both with the braids and the headdress, people were really upset and frustrated by this, and when they tried to call her out, those people were often criticized for being too dramatic. So it doesn't matter if it's intentional rage bait when it has a ripple effect of other people being harmed. With all the lingering backlash surrounding the whole allegedly almost letting a woman drown situation, TikTok did eventually ban Natalie's account, but not for long. She was spotted by this account, Nick Marchand, screaming and crying outside of the TikTok headquarters in a very, very real and not fake or pretend or recorded and posted by her boyfriend way at all.
Unban me, please! I know you banned me because of my fucking friends! TikTok, I know you hear me! Open the door!
It worked though, because a ton of people took that post at face value without going to that Nick Marchand account and seeing that it was just posting Natalie Reynolds content from an angle that makes it look candid. Every once in a while there'd be a comment on the account like, guys, I think this might be Natalie or her boyfriend behind this account. Like, oh my god, do you think? What's next? Is David Bowie not the one posting on the David Bowie official Instagram account? Now, her most recent story has been that she's on house arrest because the woman from the lake is suing her for attempted murder, which isn't something that can happen. Attempted murder is a criminal charge, which means it's brought on by the state. An individual person cannot sue another individual person for a criminal charge. She could theoretically sue Natalie for the harm that that criminal act caused, but not directly for that specific charge.
literally putting her life in danger.
Phone over and they call the police on you.
Turn around and look her in the eyes and tell her why it's okay that you wear braids. Go ahead and educate her on the history of the Vikings. No, you want to make her look crazy. You want to fucking...
No. For the views and the clout, right?
The altercation. And you know how this is going to go down. The cops are going to be there.
Place. Why do you care what hairstyle I got?
Probably didn't happen. But the idea that she thinks it's okay to even, like, blow your nose, do something. Something's gotta give. Sorry.
My hair's gonna fall out. You can have any type of hairstyle for braids. My hair isn't going anywhere. A hairstyle is not owned by one specific culture, and I can wear whatever I want on my head.
Okay, I feel like we know how I feel about that. She sounds like the fucking Santa Claus sketch from I Think You Should Leave. I told your producers not to mention it at all. It's sort of like a cosmic gumbo. That's how she talks. Oh my god.
Unprofessional bullshit.
Regarding the videos where she goes up to women and asks if she's allowed to wear braids, even if those videos are real, because let's be honest, so much shit she posts is fake, you don't get to just put people on the spot like that. A lot of the people that defend Natalie wearing braids say it's just a hairstyle, let her wear whatever hair she wants, and Natalie herself will say Vikings invented braids, so it's her culture, but a few things. Vikings did not fucking invent braids. And even if they had, which they didn't, they did not invent box braids and cornrows that Natalie's wearing, so it wouldn't matter anyway. Also, straight fine hair like Natalie's or mine is not suited for that style. Not just because it looks fucking stupid, which it does, but also because it's a protective style for black hair. Her hair is not suited for the tension used when braiding those styles. It will literally make her hair fall out. Lastly, it's not just a hairstyle. Braids are a huge part of Black culture, and the Black community faces discrimination to this day for practicing their own culture and wearing that hairstyle. This TikToker, Kaylin Easley, explained her thoughts about it, and I'll let her explain.
Thank you for asking this because I have a couple of things I want to say. This is my biggest problem, and this is about braids and many other things. Non-Black people are able to do that with no judgment, no criticism, no nothing. But when Black people partake in their own culture, we literally get stereotyped. We'll get discriminated against. I mean, the whole nine. The problem that I have is that non-Black people are able to do things that originated with Black people, and there's no issue. It's fine and dandy. But the moment that Black people do it, it's almost like, you know, people retreat to saying very harmful things about us, meanwhile praising non-Black people that do things that we created. I don't think it will ever sit right with me. Personally, it won't. I know people are going to do what they want to do and nothing I say can stop that, but I feel like it's something very insensitive about non-Black people doing things that they know Black people are barely able to do because we'll get discriminated against. There's so much history in Black culture, and when you have other people aimlessly and mindlessly participating in it, being aware that there's history behind it and not caring, I think it's crazy. Because how can you love the culture but hate the history? It's like they like the image that it gives them. They like the look, but they don't want nothing else. They don't care about everything else that comes with that. And the craziest part is a lot of the people that are biting off of Black culture don't even like Black people. So there's that. You have non-Black people wanting to utilize and wanting to dress up in Black culture and dislike Black people. Don't care about anything we have to say. Don't care about any of the history. They don't care about anything. I mean, come on now. There are people getting fired from their jobs simply because of their natural hair, not even box braids. There are kids getting kicked out of school for their hairstyles. I actually remember seeing this young man had to cut his dreads off to do a wrestling competition, something like that. Black people are literally getting discriminated for the hair that grows out of their head. And still, even box braids will still get discriminated over things like that. So it does rub me the wrong way that that's happening to Black people. Meanwhile, when non-Black people want to replicate those styles, they can with no issue. And lastly, it will always baffle me how there are literally stipulations and rules in some workplaces and schools about the way that Black people's hair grows naturally out of their head. It's just disgusting, to be honest.
It's also It's also worth noting the actual history behind braids, which is really well explained in this TikTok that I'll show you right now. Both of these accounts will be linked in the description.
Braids are more than a hairstyle. They're a language of heritage and identity. Dating back over 5,000 years, braids originated in Africa, with intricate styles symbolizing tribe, status, and age. In ancient times, braids were a way to communicate. Patterns like cornrows indicated where someone was from, their marital status, or even their social rank. During the transatlantic slave trade, braids became a form of resistance. Enslaved Africans used them to map escape routes and hide grains for survival. Despite centuries of oppression, braids remain a symbol of resilience and cultural pride. Today, African braids are a global phenomenon, celebrating beauty and craftsmanship while honoring ancestral traditions. Every twist tells a story, a legacy woven into strands of strength and style.
So Natalie's saying, oh, if I can't wear braids, then you can't wear wigs. First of all, fucking racist. And second, straight hair isn't your culture. But why stop there? Natalie also wore a native headdress in a Coachella Get Ready With Me because she was going for an Indian vibe. Her words, not mine.
Get ready with me to go to Coachella. Starting with the top, I got it from Paxton. Let's put it on. There we have the top. I got it on sale for $200, so it's definitely worth it. I have these really pretty boho pants that are mesh, which is perfect for the hot weather. Oh my god, look at these pants! I'm now going to be adding this fishnet cover up just to add more spice to the outfit. Also, I'm a little annoyed because I messaged James Charles to meet up and he declined my offer, saying that I was setting him up for a hate crime, which... the fuck? But James, do I really look that scary to you? All I wanted was my makeup done and to meet up with you at Coachella. You can't finish a Coachella outfit without accessories, so we're gonna start with this beautiful seashell belt. Final touches, bracelets. I like this because it matches the Indian headdress because I'm going to like an Indian vibe theme. Coachella's food is very expensive, so you know I'm bringing my own chips and salsa because I'm not paying $70 for chips. Okay guys, this is the final outfit. We have the shoes, okay. Coachella, I'm ready for you.
And again, people were obviously extremely upset about this because it was super offensive, intentionally. And of course, she milked this for all that she could, just like she did the braids. Headdresses are extremely significant in many different native cultures. This TikToker, Recycled Stardust, made a video sharing her thoughts about it, so I'll let her explain. And of course, I'll link her account in the description as well.
Every single actress or actor or musician that dresses up in the headdress or the feather, pretending to be native, or wearing native regalia in a disrespectful way is wrong. This includes icons like Cher, the Village People, Indian Man, even Snoop Dogg. And the big argument that a lot of people make is, well, if you're native, you can wear it. Not quite. So the Native American headdress is not a fashion statement. It's not a piece of clothing. It is regalia. That means it's worn with a purpose. It's worn in ceremony. It's worn as an honor. And even the feather has meaning. Strong meaning. Feathers are something that are very meaningful to Native people. And it's kind of illegal to own real feathers in the United States, unless you're Native. Just putting that out there. It would be the equivalent to a civilian wearing a full military outfit, not a fake military outfit, a full like Army, Marine, Air Force outfit. And then also wearing all of like the stripy things, I don't even know what they're called, or the badges or the medals or a purple heart. I'm walking around in the street and having people going, thank you for your service, but you didn't serve anywhere. You literally just got a uniform and put it on. And if we started calling the military uniform a costume, how do you think that would make a good old red-blooded American feel? Probably angry. Go up to anybody that served in the military and say nice costume, see if they get angry. So the same thing can be said about the Native American headdress or any Native American clothing like this shown from Outcast. We natives have a problem with it, not only because it's disrespectful to our sacred items, but also we are the lowest minority group. Our women are being unalived at an alarming rate. Many of us don't have access to clean water, healthcare services. We're constantly having to fight for what little we have left because, as you know, the governments hate keeping the treaties that they create with us. They'll keep it with everybody else, but not with us. So yes, it's a huge deal and it's a huge problem, and it is wrong for any actor, actress, musician, or just regular person to put on a headdress and pretend to be a native.
And in true Natalie fashion, she defended this by saying that the model for the headdress on Amazon was white, so it's not her fault.
You're not allowed to wear that headdress. Take it off.
I'm allowed to wear this headdress. I don't know what's bad about this. I'm not making fun of Indians in any way, shape, or form. And white models on Amazon literally wear this stuff. So why aren't we canceling Jeff Bezos? Why are you guys trying to come at me?
Again, I gotta remind myself and the class that it is intentional rage bait. She wants to make us mad. But again, that doesn't change the effect. Both with the braids and the headdress, people were really upset and frustrated by this, and when they tried to call her out, those people were often criticized for being too dramatic. So it doesn't matter if it's intentional rage bait when it has a ripple effect of other people being harmed. With all the lingering backlash surrounding the whole allegedly almost letting a woman drown situation, TikTok did eventually ban Natalie's account, but not for long. She was spotted by this account, Nick Marchand, screaming and crying outside of the TikTok headquarters in a very, very real and not fake or pretend or recorded and posted by her boyfriend way at all.
Unban me, please! I know you banned me because of my Viking friends! TikTok, I know you hear me! Open the door!
It worked though, because a ton of people took that post at face value without going to that Nick Marchand account and seeing that it was just posting Natalie Reynolds content from an angle that makes it look candid. Every once in a while there'd be a comment on the account like, guys, I think this might be Natalie or her boyfriend behind this account. Like, oh my god, do you think? What's next? Is David Bowie not the one posting on the David Bowie official Instagram account? Now, her most recent story has been that she's on house arrest because the woman from the lake is suing her for attempted murder, which isn't something that can happen. Attempted murder is a criminal charge, which means it's brought on by the state. An individual person cannot sue another individual person for a criminal charge. She could theoretically sue Natalie for the harm that that criminal act caused, but not directly for that specific charge. But we didn't even need to go into that because this is the ankle monitor that she's pretending to need to wear, while also being constantly out and switching the ankle that it's on.
Do you know how hard Natalie Reynolds is trying to prove her ankle monitor is real? First, she goes all out to show that the police call her every day to check on her. Whether she's sleeping at home, soaking in the bathtub, shopping at the mall, or sunbathing on the beach, she's constantly switching up the scenes for her fans. But unfortunately, people keep pointing out flaws, like how the alarm sounds even when she doesn't press any buttons, and how it always sounds exactly the same. Then there's the water issue. When she's in the bath or by the pool, she's super careful not to let the monitor touch the water. But other times, she's totally fine jumping straight into the pool and even showing off the monitor underwater. How does that work? It's almost impossible for it not to get wet. And then she even filmed a video where she steps just 1 foot outside and the monitor immediately starts beeping. She even showed herself sleeping with her head outside the room while her feet stayed inside. But somehow she can just wrap it in tin foil and walk out like nothing happened. Seriously? Still, she missed a lot of details. For one, real police ankle monitors aren't as big as hers. They're actually smaller. Also, if she had been wearing it for a long time, there should be marks on her ankle when she takes it off, but there aren't any. Not to mention, she somehow manages to switch it between her left and right foot. And one last thing, can someone please tell me why she's soaking her feet in water while wearing socks?
The Hollywood Fix, aka the picture of hard-hitting quality journalism, posted this video of Natalie where she totally, definitely did not call anybody to come record and interview her.
What, Natalie, what's going on? What are you here for? Why are you at the courthouse?
Right now, now's not the time, sorry.
You're literally at the police station. Why are you at the police station?
I don't really want to talk about it right now. I've been in an ongoing investigation for the last 10 months. The lady that I told to jump into the lake,
yeah,
she's suing me for attempted murder. So yeah.
What do your parents think about all this?
My dad's helping me.
Yeah, I mean,
he knows a lot of good lawyers. So I feel like without my parents' help, I'd probably be kind of cooked. But
yeah,
dad's helping me.
And guys, I'll just give you a quick compilation of her just being, in my personal opinion, a straight up bad person, in case you needed any more proof.
There are simply two genders and that's it. When you are born, the doctor simply says two things, male or female, and that's all. There's an X chromosome and there's a Y chromosome. You can't change science, and any person that tries to do that, I think is just desperate for attention. So this is my outfit for today. This is my wig, my face makeup. This took 2 hours. Today, I'm gonna be a homeless person. My name is Suzanne, AKA Susie, and I'm gonna live tonight as a homeless person and see how it is. Dude, we need to make this look believable. This doesn't look believable at all. I need to try to make money. I just beg. The internet is not going to like to hear this, but I actually agree with what ICE is doing. First of all, I disagree with how the protests are going. I think it's ridiculous. And second of all, if you hate this country so much, then why don't you leave? Why are you burning the American flag in front of our faces and then proudly waving a Mexican flag? Weren't you trying to leave that country so bad? And now you're trying so hard to be here, but you're trying to destroy our land in front of our faces? And these illegal immigrants are playing a victim mindset saying, oh, I'm such a nice person. It doesn't matter. You broke the law. You did not follow the law. Therefore, you are suffering the consequences of your own actions. You knew what you signed up for coming here illegally. And now you're trying to act like we're torturing you. If any American citizen did this in a different country, we would get locked up for years and on top of it, tortured. And lastly, all these influencers that are saying they support the protests are frauds and they're lying on the internet because they're afraid of losing their fan base. I'm proud to be an American, and if you're not, get the fuck out of here.
Now, this last part is interesting because I'm actually on Natalie's side in this scenario. Hold on, I know, but hear me out. A woman posted this TikTok claiming that Natalie Reynolds ruined her marriage because she found out that her husband had been subscribed to Natalie's exclusive content, and that woman thinks that Natalie personally destroyed her marriage and was effectively the other woman.
Natalie Reynolds has ruined my 32-year marriage. I'm so ashamed to be talking about this online, but hopefully I can spread awareness. About 4 nights ago, I was on my husband's phone and I saw an email that looked a little suspicious to me. I clicked on it and there were $350 in charges on his credit card, purchasing fans-only content. Mind you guys, I'm older and I didn't know what it was. But after doing some research, I found out. I'm so disappointed in the man who I thought loved me. This Natalie woman is supplying this type of content to married men. Any woman out there watching this, I want you to know about these online girls that are doing these things. And if you have dealt with something like this, just know you're not alone. Thank you. Natalie Reynolds destroyed my marriage of 32 years, and I'm here to clear some things up. A lot of people are saying it was all my husband's fault. Yes, he was wrong, and I feel betrayed for what he did, but it takes two to tango. Natalie was privately messaging my husband, trying to sell him content. It doesn't matter that she didn't know he was married. She should have asked before engaging with him intimately. The private messages from Natalie on her fans-only site showed her trying to pressure my husband into purchasing content. I am disappointed in Natalie Reynolds, as well as my husband, for falling for the trap that she set to purchase her content.
Now, because this is Natalie we're talking about, and everything she does, in my opinion, is a stunt, I personally believe that this whole thing is a publicity stunt that she set up to be on the correct side of some beef for once, especially since this woman has only ever posted about this and nothing else. It just screams fake to me. But nevertheless, Natalie responded to it as if it were real, and people were on her side because, of course, you know, it's obviously not an adult creator's responsibility to monitor your husband if this were real.
I am here to defend myself from this lady accusing me of ruining her marriage. If you guys don't know, this lady caught her husband buying my fans only behind her back and is now trying to put all the blame on me when in reality, it's your husband's fault. There is no way you can blame me because I did not force your husband to subscribe to me, and I did not force your husband to put his credit card details in. He did that out of his own free will. I know you guys probably think I'm a bad person, but I really had no bad intention trying to ruin this lady's marriage, and she needs to start holding her husband accountable for his wrong actions and not be pointing the finger at me.
Now, I know this whole time I have said that this is rage bait and we should know better than to fall for it. But this one hit too close to home.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That looks to be a bull shark, and they are near threatened. So, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. Guys, that's all I have. I can't fucking do this anymore.
I'm gonna call it there before I physically implode. I want to remind everybody that although this video might have made you frustrated as it did me, please do not go harass anybody involved in this. If you want to see some real non-rage bait content, you can follow me on TikTok and Instagram, and you can also join my Patreon where I post some bonus content and also chat with everybody on the Patreon Discord. And as usual, my lipstick will be linked in the description as well. Guys, just remember to be nice to each other, and don't believe everything you see on the internet, unless I posted it. And speaking of me posting, you can also subscribe if you'd like to my second channel, Brooke Sharks Bites. Don't forget to murder the subscribe button and beat the shit out of the like button. And if you're feeling crazy, you can rage bait the bell. And I'll see you next time with another video. And not to mention, if there's a delay, it can cost you your precious vacation time. And then there's the fact that the TSA employees get treated so poorly that in turn they want all of us dead. And on top of all of that, everyone at the airport seems to be experiencing their first few steps on Earth. And because everybody has their phone in their hand 24/7, myself very much included, a lot of those people get clipped and put on social media for us all to get mad at together. So today, as you obviously saw from the title, I want to talk about the various reasons why people step foot in an airport and become the absolute worst versions of themselves. But before I fully take you on that journey, please direct your attention to the front of the plane for a brief safety demonstration. Flying forces us to be in extremely close proximity to strangers for hours and hours. On end, and it really shines a light on just how different people are. It's like how you never realize just how fucking stupid the general population is until you start working customer service. I feel like you get a taste of that when visiting an airport as well. And at the airport, not only do you realize just how absolutely breathtakingly fucking stupid people can be, but also how bizarre people can be as well. Because traveling is inherently stressful, it tends to bring out the worst in people and can really show you just how insane people can be. A lot of times this is in the form of grown adults throwing literal tantrums or acting like they've just never been in public before. Like in this case, where the person filming it said they missed their flight, so they decided to bang on the windows and door, and you know they got in trouble. Girl. Who do they presume is on the other side of the door? The plane is gone. Do they think that, like, the plane is still there? She can see through the window. Does she think she's knocking loudly enough that it's, like, traveling over to the plane? That's so insane. The thing with causing a scene at an airport or in an airplane as well is that, like, they don't fuck around with that a lot of the time too. Like, you will get kicked out and you'll get put on the no-fly list so quick. I mean, sometimes they take an astoundingly long time to do something about it from the videos I've seen, but like,
dude, it is not worth it for this. You missed your flight. Also, how do you miss your flight? I'm like someone who gets to the airport like 8 hours early, so like this missing your flight is crazy to me, but I guess I'm like severely type A and I have OCPD, so maybe I'm not the one to talk, but this is just crazy behavior to me. And then to blame it on everybody else, at that point you take the L. You just gotta take the L. It sucks, but you gotta take the L. Also, what happened? They don't follow up, so like, and you know they got in trouble. Did they? I don't know. I don't know. Why is nobody stopping them? Also, like, I feel like this is an airport security situation where they need to just be like taken away. Throw them out the window. Open the door and push. Her fucking hand up on the window. This next one actually made me viscerally angry, and for my own sake, I need to believe that it's fake. But from everything that I could find on her account and everything, it seems to be real. She says in the caption that the woman that is the perpetrator of the situation I'm about to show you did not speak English, so that's why she was able to take the video that we're about to see without there being a confrontation or something. But okay, I'll just show you it.
I can't actually. They fully just sat in the seat that they're sat in. It's insane. That's crazy. It's like there's literally 3 seats in front of me.
It gets to a point. It gets to a point where you don't need words. You can tap and point to the empty seats. You don't need words for that. She's sitting there hoping that you will get up and be uncomfortable and move. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy behavior. Oh my God, she's better than me because I feel like so many people would just push this person off. You're sitting on her. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Also, I'm sorry if there was crazy audio in that. I have a feeling there's going to be because she has background music to it and YouTube's been very strict with copyright lately and you can't get me. So I'm gonna have to try and take out the background music, but you know, it's probably gonna just sound really weird. But yeah, I do want her to also be able to talk, so you know how it is. Anyway, that's fucking crazy behavior. And if anybody sat on me at the airport, that's the thing though, is these things don't happen to people that like they shouldn't happen to, you know what I mean? It doesn't happen to confrontational people. And I have a few more videos that I will speak more on that too, but things like this, it doesn't happen to people of a confrontational nature, I feel like a lot of the time. People who will do things like this will clock someone who like will let it happen almost, not to like victim blame. This girl didn't let this happen to her, obviously. But like, I feel like somebody who's willing to sit on someone and do something crazy like this will pick somebody intentionally that seems like they're not gonna say shit. They're just gonna get up and let it happen. I just can't fathom. Cause what do you mean? What do you mean you just were like, I guess this is it, we're sitting together now? Like, I would sooner sit together than let her push me out of my own seat though. Truly, I would sooner let that happen. I'm too stubborn. I'd be like, yeah, no, we're sharing this seat before I get up out of my own seat that I had first. Maybe that's a problem too. I don't know what that says about me, but that's so what the fuck? If you want to like sit next to your like family or something, like even if there is a language barrier and you guys don't speak the same language, there are ways to just say like without words, like, oh, you know, like, and point and like ask them to move. There's so many ways to like do that without words where it would be like, oh yeah, no worries, you know, like, and that you can just move over. That is not an issue. It's not like, oh, this is my seat. It's more just the principle of like, why the fuck would you sit on somebody? What the fuck? And honestly, if somebody just started sitting on me, I feel like my reflex without even realizing it would be like, like just pushing, because you don't know, like, I would imagine they wouldn't know. Like my brain would be like, oh, they don't know they're about to sit on somebody. Let me stop them from sitting on me, because that's fucking bizarre. Fiona here seems to be a really kind-hearted person and would be a nice seat. So good for her. She seems to have a way better outlook and attitude than I do.
Okay. You can't do that. I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. I would never vape again. Okay, we're not doing this right. Up, Sal. Alright, you picking me up? Well, we can't promise anything, so good night.
I would never vape again.
Alright, you picking me up? Oh, I see. Well, we can't promise anything, so good night.
I would never vape again. It's so crazy. That's like the whole thing, is you can't really kind-hearted person and would be a nice seat. So good for her. She seems to have a way better outlook and attitude than I do.
Okay. Okay.
You can't do that.
I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. I would never vape again.
Okay, we're not doing this right.
Up, Sal. Alright, you picking me up? Oh, I see. Well, we can't promise anything, so good night.
I would never vape again. It's so crazy. That's like the whole thing, is you can't smoke or vape on a plane, dude. You can go 5 fucking hours or however long your flight is without vaping, I promise. Girl, the plane hasn't even taken off, dude. Bro, the girl next to her is so live texting this whole thing. You know that she's sitting there being like, bro, tell me why I'm on this flight, and the girl next to me is fully fucking ripping her vape. I apologize. I will never vape again. That's somebody who has fully never taken consequences for their actions 1000%. She fully expected like to get away with it, and it seems like she did. I feel like things could have gone differently, to be honest. If you got a different person, or if she was a different person, things could have gone differently. I'm trying to raise one eyebrow, but I have Botox. Here come all the people that get mad at me for having Botox. Sorry guys, sorry for being snatched, sorry for being so fierce and kind. Ugh, everybody hates to watch me serve. God, I talked about having Botox on my second channel, and now everybody wants me dead.
Guys, I warn you, she has a bad attitude.
Right back to her job too. Fucking W flight attendant, I will say. That's so crazy to first of all, fully being right in the flight attendant's face, like recording her, like so close to her face, just like right in her face like this is so obnoxious, first of all, no matter what the situation was that transpired before that we obviously don't know about. But to be right in her fucking face already, crazy. And then to be like, don't touch my phone. Like, all she did was move you to the side. Oh my God, insane. Don't touch my phone after your phone's right here. Girl, the absolute audacity. And then to like hit somebody, don't touch my phone, and like bopping her. You can't hit people. You're not allowed to hit people. At least she listened when the girl said she needs to go, because a lot of those people, I feel like when they get kicked off a flight, they're like, no. And they just like sit there and then make the whole flight deboard. Oh my God. If I was on a flight, you know what? No, knock on wood. Fuck that. But if I was on a plane and the whole plane had to deboard because of one person, I feel like I would actually murder that person. Joking. Allegedly, I'm joking, or whatever, whatever the legal term for I'm kidding. I would not actually do that is. This is not a threat, but oh my God. I can't even fathom how pissed I'd be. You know, when like the whole plane, like they do it as like a threat, but it's like even when I was in cheer and one person would be late and they'd be like, all right, everybody's doing suicides. And it was like, no, you stupid bitch. Like, leave your house earlier, you stupid, stupid bitch. Oh my God, I was probably that person once or twice too, though. The mistake, though, is thinking that the people who are causing those scenes have any shame, because I think they do it to be like, well, the whole plane's gonna have to deboard if you don't get up, thinking that the person causing the scene is gonna be like, oh, well, everybody's gonna hate me now. They don't care. Everybody already fucking hates them. They don't give a fuck. Dude, that does not matter to them. Just tackle them to the ground here, right now. Let's all see it. And when adults aren't throwing a tantrum, whose parent is doing absolutely nothing to try and stop them. And don't get me wrong here, I cannot fathom how difficult it is to travel with children. And I know you can't just politely ask them to behave and have them listen, but there's a big difference between a parent who's doing their best to calm their kid down and a parent who's just letting their kid run all over the plane or the airport and using the rest of the passengers as effectively free babysitters. Like, we're all stuck in a fucking sardine can with your child that you chose to have, so please don't let them try to beat my ass. This specific thing of the kids like shaking the seat and like slamming the seat around happens on every flight I've ever been on. I've never been on a flight where this isn't happening to either me or my husband. Like it's just always on a flight that I've been on every single time. Or the kid kicking the seat is like a huge one that I've had to deal with every fucking time I'm on a flight. If there's a kid behind me, it's kicking my seat. Or even adults kicking the seat, to be honest. One time I was on a flight and there's fucking an adult that literally had their feet up on my actual like seat. Like their feet were like resting on my seat, and I like whispered to my husband because I can't see directly behind me obviously, and I was like, is it a kid behind me? And he was like, no, it's a full-grown adult whose feet are on your seat. And I was like, oh, that's great. Love that for me. That's fantastic. Good news. Good news. That was not a Glinda. Anyway, thanks to the lady on the Frontier flight who let my nephew use her as a pillow. Girl, even if that lady was really nice about it, don't put her in that position, dude. Come on. She's not the mom or the aunt or whoever. Like, she doesn't know this kid. What is she gonna, like, push him off? Like, I mean, come on, dude. That's such a weird position to put a stranger in, to, like, allow your fucking kid to lay on the stranger. What are we doing? Your kid can sit in the seat like everybody else does and try to sleep like this, like we all do. Like, get them a little neck pillow and, like, get over it. Sorry, like, too old to be doing that shit. Like, she did not choose to travel with children. You did. And honestly, she doesn't look comfortable. Like, maybe I'm just projecting, but like, she does not look comfortable with this situation. I would not be comfortable with this situation. This would make me very uncomfortable. What, are you gonna like get in a weird confrontation with the parents or like the like guardians of the kid, or like push the kid? Dudes, I'm Brooke, and while I love the opportunity to travel, I always dread or the aunt or whoever. What is happening? Like, also, does he have his foot on? At least he's got shoes on, to be fair. Look comfortable. Like, maybe I'm just projecting, but like, she does not look comfortable with this situation. I would not be comfortable with this situation. This would, like, be babysat during a plane. Oh my god, girl, honestly, no, I'm just kidding. I think one of those would have immediately turned around and been like, what is happening? Like, what is actually happening? And is she barefoot? Of course she is. Yeah, of course she is. Girl, what are we doing? Even if that was her dad or something, you're gonna break the like tray. You cannot do this. Like, you're fucking like bare feet, kid on the, oh my god, why are we barefoot? Why are we fucking barefoot? Dude, control your fucking spawn on the plane, dude. Listen, I'm not a child hater. I know I'm like sounding like it right now, but this is just crazy behavior. It is not a trampoline park. I think you need to sedate your kid. I do think you need to sedate your kid. At some point, I think it comes to the point where you need to put kids Benadryl in the kids' tea. This is something that I actually am like at a loss for words. Also, just not safe for the kid. I feel like I'm of the opinion that if you're on a flight, you should just always have your seatbelt on unless you're like having to pee or something, because like, why not, you know? It's just like easier. If there's like immediately turbulence or something, oh, got my seatbelt on already, you know? Easy peasy. So like, why would you not have your kid buckled up and safe and everything too? This is just so crazy. I just cannot fucking fathom. Oh god. This one says, POV, you're just a toddler that can't sit still on a plane, so you walk up and down the aisle acting like you own the place. Another barefoot kid, of course. Of course he's barefoot. Why would he be in shoes? No, why would he be in shoes? That would make too much sense. So he can sit still on a plane. For sure he can, because like a lot of other kids are doing it. A lot of other fucking toddlers are definitely sitting still on the plane. I've seen a million of them do it and they're all like chilling. Your fucking toddler can definitely do it too. Give him a coloring book or something. Fuck it, give him an iPad. Give him Miss Rachel. I don't give a shit. This is crazy. And then to film it and be like, he's so cute, so silly, walking up and down the aisles barefoot. You're a bad parent. You're a shitty parent. You're a shitty fucking parent. Like, what now? Flying with a high energy toddler. And of course, I'm gonna have to put some royalty free music over it. But this is to I'm a Bee by the Black Eyed Peas. So she's lip syncing. Dude, that poor guy that was sitting next to them that whole time while she was too worried about her fucking TikTok. Oh my god. Like, the kid was upside down at one point. Upside down. And then at one point, staring at the fucking people behind. And I don't have kids, so I mean, I have a beautiful, beautiful daughter, but I don't have human kids. So correct me if I'm wrong, parents, please, I'll take it. But is it just that, like, you get so used to, like, the craziest behavior from toddlers that things like them staring at the, like, row behind them in planes is just like, whatever. You know, like, is it just kind of, like, that's so normal compared to the, like, crazy shit they do? Is it that? Like, why is it that, like, she doesn't even think to stop that behavior? Because there are a lot of really great parents who don't let that shit happen. But then there's people like this and like the other ones I'm showing that it's like they'll think to stop certain things, but they won't think to stop the kids staring over the seat at the row behind them, like disturbing the row behind them. Like, why would you not think to be like, oh my god, nope, we don't do that, you know, like leave them alone? Is it just because toddlers are so chaotic and so crazy that you're like, okay, we gotta take each battle as it comes or whatever, and that's not worth it? Like, what is it? What is that? Again, with the, like, using the flight like a playground is so crazy. Also, does he have his foot on, at least he's got shoes on, to be fair. But does he have his foot on the fucking seat in front of him? I'll probably have to take the sound off of this because of the music in the background, but the baby's like scream crying in the background, so that sucks. To be fair, I know there's only so much you can do with a baby crying as a parent, so I'm not really gonna fault a parent for a baby crying. That sucks. And like, if you're a parent flying with a screaming baby, like, you're having a way worse time than we are as passengers next to a screaming baby. At least I can put on like noise canceling headphones and just ignore it as best I can. I get that. That's not the same as like not parenting a toddler who's jumping over seats, but yeah, that's not fun. This one says, managed to survive a 14-hour flight with this annoying thing. God, thing is crazy. Who threw food at my father, unplugged my phone several times, and enjoyed screaming the entire flight. Dude, again with the climbing is so crazy. Throwing food too, oh my god, dude. I kind of breezed past that in my brain. I was so worried about like what I saw in front of me of him climbing, but the throwing food? Bro, throwing food in a plane, I think I would lose my mind. If I got food fought by a toddler in a plane, I think I'd be so pissed off. I actually would probably, I'm always like, I would do this. In real life, I'd probably be like, that'd probably be my reaction, like dead ass. I'd probably be like this. Why is the kid in front of you in the row able to unplug your phone? Like, why is it even getting access I'm pulling of this guy who said annoying thing. Like, why is the kid in front of you even able to have access to the charger of your phone? You know, like, it shouldn't even, I said it again, this child. I'm assuming he, by the haircut, okay? He shouldn't even be able to, like, get to the fucking charger of your phone to unplug it. Like, why does he have fucking access to that shit, dude? Okay, yeah, no. I understand you can't stop a tantrum all the time, but you can stop her from kicking the person next to her. Dude, him sipping the tea is so fucking good. That's so fucking funny. I feel so bad, but that's really funny. The like levels of like pretending to be unbothered that are going on. See, now I'm rage baiting myself. Some of these videos I just sit here and rage bait myself for you guys. I swear to God. Nothing like a 9-hour flight, you're on the literal last row, can't sleep, and the kid in front keeps turning around. With the hand on the screen too, it's so fucking annoying. I would lose my fucking mind, dude. Oh my God. I think at that point it's acceptable to be like, please turn around to mom. Please turn around to your mom. Where's mommy? That's so much worse. Where's mommy? My solution. Where's mommy? Don't do that. That's so fucking horrible. Okay, don't worry. We can get the parents' point of view. POV, you're fighting for your life with 3 under 3, and the people behind you are on a spa retreat. Okay, first of all, why are you filming them? And second of all, they're not on a spa retreat. They're on a fucking flight like you are. They're trying to drown out the noise of your screaming kids, of your 3 under 3. The fuck? They're probably pissed off they got sat next to your 3 under 3, dude. Like, why is it their fault that you had kids? Like, what the fuck? Spa retreat is so crazy. For a lot of people, finding out that they're sitting next to a kid is one of the things that they may be worried about when boarding the plane because of the types of things that we just watched. But honestly, there are a lot of adults that aren't much better. But guys, allow me to interrupt myself for a brief moment to say that we only have 1 month left to beat Mr. Beast for feminism by my birthday, February 9th. He does still currently have a few more subscribers than me, which is inherently misogynistic, of course. But I'm fully confident that we can beat him by my birthday. Again, February 9th. I believe in you guys. I believe in my videos. I believe in YouTube. And I believe in life after love. Hashtag Sharks Bite Beasts. Please subscribe. Anyway, what I was saying is that because the airlines want to make as much money as possible and cram as many people into the planes as possible, it causes all of us to be in extremely tight quarters with one another. So when you're sitting next to somebody who's a complete fucking weirdo, it can really make your flight feel even longer than it would have. Like this one. POV, you're on a long haul flight and this is the passenger in front of you. I think you have to cut her fingers off. Now, I want to believe, and I need to believe, that that is rage bait. Because you have to know that you're hitting the screen, like you can feel it. Or maybe she's just being a bitch for some reason, like maybe they had a confrontation and now she's, you know, twiddling the screen for some reason to like piss the person off. But who knows? I, for my own personal mental health, am going to go forward believing it's rage bait and that nobody in their right mind would do that. But, you know, there are a lot of people that are not in their right minds. As evidenced by this next clip. She says, middle seat curling iron at 30,000 feet is a bold choice. Girl, we have to be smarter than that. I'm almost more upset by the sections she's taking to curl her hair and the curling technique in general, because those sections are just too large. It just won't work. It's just gonna be bad curls. I know that's not the most important thing, but I just had to say it. I would be remiss if I didn't mention it, that the sections are simply too large. You can tell it's falling out of the bottom of the barrel and it's just not gonna look good. Not only is this so fucking rude to the people around you, it's also not fucking allowed. You can't do that. The smoke is so dangerous. It's a huge fire hazard, and obviously there's a reason you can't smoke on airplanes. You also can't omit dead hair fumes and smoke into the fucking atmosphere. Also, I can smell that from the fucking video, you know? Dude, come on. We have to be smarter. But if something like this happens, fucking narc. There are flight attendants for a reason. You gotta narc. Then there's also the very controversial issue of reclining seats on airplanes. I have seen a ton of takes about this, and maybe this is where I get canceled because it seems like people have very, very strong feelings about it, and they effectively want you to burn at the stake for disagreeing. But I'm gonna be honest, guys, I think it's ridiculous to expect people to not recline their reclinable seat. Airplanes are already so fucking uncomfortable that taking away that small extra bit of comfort is so fucking insane to me. And your seat reclines too. So if everybody reclines, what's the problem? And I have seen a lot of people online talk about being super tall and how it's different if you're tall, and I get that, that's fair, I guess. I'm only 5'3", so I'm sure the seats get much more uncomfortable if you're like over 6 foot or taller. But I think instead of being mad at the person in front of you for using their seat's functions, you should be upset at the airlines for penny pinching and shaking you down for every last cent. They have us packed in as tightly as possible to make as much money as they possibly can, whereas if they just removed at least one row of seats and spread that space out a little bit, we'd all be a little bit more comfortable. But I've seen people go to crazy extremes in the reclining debate though, because whether or not you think it's rude, there's no reason to actually throw hands. Like, are you more comfortable now? Are you more comfortable this way? Come on. Surely that's not more comfortable than just having the person be an inch back. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's so ridiculous to me. This is fucking crazy. Is this not fucking crazy? Even if you think it's rude to recline, it's certainly way more rude to put your knees up and stop the person in front of you from fucking reclining. That's insane. This girl says, what do you gain by reclining your seat back on a plane? The 1 centimeter you gain affects my ability to fold my torso in half. But the difference is, not to be that person, but the seats are made to recline as reclinable seats. The laptop tray is not made to be leaned on. One has a function for that, the other doesn't. They expect you to recline. They don't expect you to lean your head on the laptop tray. So one person's using the designated function, the other is not. So you should take it up with big airline. Not me. I'm gonna recline. I'm gonna recline the 2 inches. Beat my ass. I'm gonna recline the 2 inches. You gonna throw me out of the plane? You gonna throw me out of the plane because I reclined 2 inches? Sorry. I'm gonna lay back a little. This person said, this happened on our flight home from PV to Kelowna. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that. Karen was mad we reclined our seats. That's a foot. That's an actual foot. Oh my God. She said, thankful we had a great flight attendant. Spoiler alert for later in this video, I do actually have a friend who's a flight attendant. So, flight attendant has been checked in with. This one was actually from the New York Post, and it said an inconsiderate passenger desperately tries to prevent a female flyer from reclining her seat back. How is this more comfortable?
I'm sorry, but no. Everybody's doing it too. Doing what? Okay, I'm gonna talk to someone. Okay, talk to somebody. Okay, keep on talking. No, but just let me know what's going on. I said respectfully, can you please not put it back? Respect the person behind you. Respect the person behind you. Respect the person behind you. Respect the person behind you, that's all.
I just don't understand why it's a big deal. I understand at mealtime you don't put it back, and during like takeoff and landing you don't put it back, but when you're not at mealtime or at like takeoff or like landing, it's like 3 inches. But like the person that actually reclines gains like a little bit of ability to breathe. Like, just recline your seat too. Then you gain that space too. I don't understand. And then people will talk about like, oh, then I can't like use my laptop. Yes, the fuck you can. The laptop tray scoots back, and then you can still use your shit. I do it all the time. Every flight I've ever been on, somebody's been reclined in front of me. Never affected me. I've always used my laptop and my fucking Steam Deck or whatever still. The seats are made to recline. I'm gonna recline them. like so aggressive. Also, they put music really loudly over this, so I can't understand what's being said, but it seems pretty clear from context clues that he got told, like, no, the seat reclines, you can recline yours if you want the extra space. And the guy's like, oh, okay. Like, you were Mr. Tough Shit a few minutes ago when you were fucking slamming the guy's chair in front of you. What the hell? If your extra leg room or extra room or whatever is that important to you that you actually are gonna legitimately throw hands, I fear you need to pay for first class. Like, if it's that for real serious to you, you actually have to pay for first class, because it's just how it is. The airlines should give more space. They absolutely should. We should not be packed in that tightly, and people who are like 6 feet or taller should absolutely have room for their legs, and there should absolutely be like way more room for people in bigger bodies to have fucking comfort in a plane. Absolutely. But if you're gonna throw a fit like this on a plane over the person in front of you reclining, you're just unfortunately gonna have to pay for first class. Some people are upset about their seat before the plane even takes off though, and they'll try to switch with somebody. This actually happens way too often. Mind you, unless you're flying Southwest, you choose your seat ahead of time, and they all have different prices. Personally, I always pick the window seat because I like being in control of the window and having the ability to lay my head on the side of the plane. But because the window seat and the aisle seat are more popular than the middle seat, a lot of times people will get to their good seat to find somebody sitting in it already. And I'm convinced that people do this because they're hoping that they'll get somebody who won't be confrontational enough to say something to them and who'll just take it, which is super shitty and gross. If you wanted the better seat, you should have paid for it like that person did.
Excuse me? I think you're in my G, 50G. Sorry, you can go around it. You're sitting in 50G.
Is this F?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just one seat over. Okay.
Yeah, we're going home. Are you excited? Yes.
Thanks. Just one seat over, like so passive aggressive. Like, yeah, if it's one seat over, then why is it an issue to move? Because you're in the wrong seat. It's so rude. It's so like there's a reason that you're able to pick seats and that they're different prices. So sit in your correct seat. Another thing that happens like this is for people who are flying with family or friends, but they didn't plan ahead to pick the seats next to one another. They'll get on the plane and ask somebody to switch with them so that they can sit together. This is also crazy because each seat costs a different amount of money. Like, your lack of planning does not constitute an emergency on my part. A lot of times it has an air of hoping to take advantage of somebody who's too nice to say no, which again is really shitty. Like, this girl said, y'all, so I booked a window seat and this kid was sitting in my seat and the dad asked me to move to the aisle because she might cry, and I said no. Now she's screaming and fighting and I low-key feel bad, but I need the window seat to sleep for the overnight flight. It's like, no, if you wanted the window seat for your kid, you should have bought the window seat for your kid. If she's gonna cry, then that's something you should have planned ahead for. I do think that like it's something where you assumed that the person would feel bad for you and switch, and like you thought you could take advantage of their kindness, and that's fucked up. This person said, so this man asked to change seats so his wife could sit next to him on the plane. Since I politely declined, she decided to sit like this during the whole flight. I just don't get why people don't plan these things ahead of time. I have seen some videos though where people ask a stranger to switch and the stranger gets an upgrade out of it though, and that's obviously different. That's dope.
When we booked this flight, it wouldn't let us select our seats for some reason, so our family wasn't sitting together. When we got here to the gate, we went to the gate and tried to get them to see if they could move us around. They couldn't. So we're gonna ask the person who's sitting in this seat if they want to switch with me. This middle seat between Emma and Taylor is the one we're hoping to switch for. As you can see, it's pretty tight. This is my seat, lots more legroom, much better. The guy who was sitting in this seat just came. He was like looking at the seat, putting his bag up. You could just kind of see in his face. He's like, I'm sitting here with all these kids. And I was like, hey, do you want to switch seats? And I was like, this is my seat, it has more legroom. And he was like, like he was so down. So everybody wins.
Like, that makes sense. Obviously, that person's getting an upgrade, so everybody wins, exactly like she said. That makes complete sense. So, as I mentioned, I have a friend who's a flight attendant, and when I told her I was doing this video, she let me know, like, some of her thoughts about people flying and some of her pet peeves and things like that. And she said, my major pet peeves are touching / poking / grabbing the flight attendant to get attention rather than using their words. No other scenario do you touch someone. People watching movies / TV with the audio allowed. What the fuck, have some self-awareness, especially parents with small kiddos. Babies don't wear headphones, then put it on silent. Overly using the call light, especially if you're on the aisle. Come to the back, we're not DoorDash. Get our attention while doing a walkthrough for trash. The reclining seats I don't care about. Some people complain about it, but they're just using the seat's intended purpose. Personally, I only use when I'm on a long haul flight for sleep, but def not during food service. So there you have it. From the flight attendant directly. I think we all just need to remember when traveling that everyone else is super stressed out and trying to get to their destination as well with little drama as possible, not just us. And dudes, please, be nice to your flight attendants. They're dealing with literally the worst people on earth all the time. Alright guys, I'm gonna call it right there. For more videos, check out my second channel, Brooke Sharks Bites, where I post beauty and lifestyle content. A lot of you guys have commented asking if I have a makeup or a hair tutorial, and I do on my second channel. You guys can also follow me on Instagram and TikTok, and you can join my Patreon. I post some extras over there, and I also have a Patreon. Hi dudes, I'm Brooke, and I enjoy staying in hotels. I love traveling, and I also like being in a nice clean environment where everything's taken care of and it has a nice big lobby and maybe even a cute attached bar or a restaurant if I'm lucky. And for this reason, I've never really particularly cared for Airbnbs or VRBOs or similar things. Wait, is it Vrbo or VRBO? Hold on, I gotta look that up so I don't look like a fucking idiot for the rest of this. Okay, I guess you're supposed to pronounce it Vrbo, so Verbos, whatever. Don't make your company an acronym of only consonants if you want me to pronounce it like a name. Anyway, I understand the appeal of these services, but 99 out of 100 times, it doesn't outweigh a hotel for me. Airbnb, and what's apparently pronounced Vrbo, used to offer a way for you to stay in a home instead of a hotel, for often much less expensive than a hotel. And people liked this for a bunch of different reasons. If you're traveling somewhere and you want to feel like you're living there for the time being, instead of feeling like a tourist, staying in a home in a residential area can let you cosplay a local while you're there. And these companies also often offered much larger living arrangements than hotels did, so if you had a big group going on vacation, you could rent out an entire house where everybody has a room but you're all still together, but for all in much cheaper than you would buying individual rooms at a hotel. Airbnb and Vrbo also used to have cool and unique places that you could stay, like a mini house that's literally on the ocean in Florida, or like a UFO that you can actually stay in Mexico, or of course this nut in Texas. You want to stay in this guy's nut for the weekend? Can't do that in a hotel. Well, while you can still definitely find interesting stays and get certain benefits from Airbnb and Vrbo and the like, the overall user experience has shifted quite a bit. And honestly guys, I'm just gonna start saying Airbnb as a catch-all for any of these types of sites for brevity, because most of the videos I'm gonna use as examples today are from Airbnb hosts anyway. And honestly, the fact that Vrbo wants me to pronounce it Verbo when it's literally an acronym full of straight up consonants is pissing me off. Imagine I find out that Airbnb wants me to pronounce it Airbnb. Anyway, like I said, the user experience at Airbnb and similar sites has changed drastically. For most of Airbnb's history, it only showed the nightly rate in search results and excluded all of the other fees until the final checkout. This often resulted in a huge difference between what you expected to pay and what you actually ended up paying, because there are service fees, cleaning fees, taxes, sometimes pet fees, etc. This was especially annoying because when you did filter your search by price, say you wanted to spend no more than $100 per night, you'd get results for bookings whose nightly prices were up to $100, but then after all the fees would far exceed that. This is called drip pricing, and it's super fucked up because sites that do this shit do it intentionally, because they know that you don't have the time and energy to go through every single home in that search all the way to the checkout page just to figure out the price. So people have no choice but to try and rely on the base price shown and kind of hope for the best with the fees. It wasn't until April of 2025, so just last year, that Airbnb finally made the total price display the default. And while that's great and all, being able to see how much you're being charged in fees doesn't change the fact that a lot of hosts charge fees that are as much, if not more, than their nightly rate, which is a very tough pill to swallow when booking. It's kind of like when you go to buy something that's $20 with free shipping, you're like, hell yeah, sounds good. But if you went to buy that same thing for $10 and then $10 shipping, you'd be like, what the fuck? I don't want to pay the same amount for shipping that I'm paying for the product itself. Maybe that's just me. But speaking of the fees, as I mentioned, one of those fees this is a cleaning fee. This is of course because Airbnb hosts don't have housekeepers on staff the way that hotels do. So the expectation is that the exorbitant amount of money that you pay with that cleaning fee is going towards professional cleaners that will clean the space after you check out. Except the thing is, they often don't hire professional cleaners.
My mom and I clean the Airbnb before they get there, so I know myself that it is clean. They asked to check in early, which we accommodated pretty much immediately. They had messaged us to complain about the fact that there was dog poop in the yard, which is our fault, and also, like, it's not that big of a deal.
If I'm dealing with a lot of one-night stays, I actually don't mop after every single guest.
A lot of these hosts are charging their guests hundreds of dollars for cleaning fees to cover the time that they spend cleaning up after the guest leaves. I know this because there have been so many hosts that have gotten on TikTok and recorded themselves bitching and moaning about how they're gonna have to clean up their Airbnb that they rented out.
I have been an Airbnb host for 2.5 years. Those of you who are commenting on my video saying, this is not that bad, how could you expect someone to clean up after themselves? They're on vacation. Nobody wants to do dishes or clean up their garbage when they're on vacation. You should not go on vacation. You should stay at home. Because if you cannot clean up after yourself, like a grown adult, you don't deserve to stay in an Airbnb or in a hotel. Because guess what? The maids are also not there to literally deep clean everything. I mean that. My cleaning fee assumes that I have to clean the house for 2 hours after your stay, regardless. When you are staying at an Airbnb, you are staying at someone's personal property. They own that property. They own everything in the house. So your rate and your fees include wear and tear of that property, the basic cleaning that has to be done. If there's extra cleaning involved, that is an extra fee, because guess what? If I wasn't the house cleaner of my Airbnb and I had to hire a cleaning service, I wouldn't have had to pay them for 2 hours to clean yesterday. I would have had to pay them to clean for 5.5 hours. And guess what? That's gonna cost me extra. So if that costs me extra as an Airbnb host, that's not a cost that I'm just willing to eat.
But the gag is that Airbnbs also have these ridiculous lists of chores that they require you to do before you check out. So you basically have to clean the place up yourself and then also pay that cleaning fee.
Y'all, I cannot believe this fuck-ass Airbnb has a rule that's requirement that you have to start a load of laundry before you check out. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? I hate this site. Yes, I do the cooking. Yes, I do the cleaning face ass. Like, what the fuck? First of all, let's talk about how I have to do this in fucking Mike Myers. Shed, Rock Nation, and Airbnb, you will crumble!
Some hosts have gotten so demanding
with their checkout instructions that they're basically asking you to deep clean the entire place before your 10 a.m. checkout anyway. And obviously, this pisses people off. It seems like most of the hosts are mad because they're using the cleaning fee as an excuse to make more money that they can just pocket, and then they're pissed when they actually have to spend it on cleaning. But what's really fucked up is that if you take a stand and decide that you paid a fat cleaning fee and it's not fair that you need to clean an absurd amount, like doing laundry or vacuuming, you risk that host leaving you a negative review, which can make it so that other hosts think that you're an asshole and they won't let you book with them. And that brings me to another huge issue that people have with Airbnb. A lot of times people are afraid of retaliation for leaving honest reviews, which leads to a lot of reviews that are just overwhelmingly positive and leave out actual helpful criticism or concerns for other guests.
Why? Why are people like this? First non-5-star review in my brand new property. Come on. An okay stay? Please go read the rest of my reviews. Everybody has said that they had an amazing time. Water pressure in shower. It's a rainfall shower head. I've never seen one with high pressure.
This is similar to the Superhost issue. The Superhost badge is a badge that a host receives on their profile when they meet a certain type of criteria, which is a 4.8 plus star rating, 10 or more stays, a less than 1% cancellation rate, and a response rate of over 90%. This functions as a signal to guests, but it also gives them benefits like increased search visibility, higher earning potential, and more. And because the criteria requires such good ratings, a lot of hosts freak out about their ratings because they don't want to lose their status as a superhost. Some even go as far as harassing guests to give them positive reviews.
My Airbnb host is harassing me to delete my review, but I didn't even leave a bad review, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm not even the kind of person that would normally leave reviews, but I checked out of this Airbnb yesterday, and since then I've already gotten like 5 messages from this host being like, please review me, please review me. So I did, and shocker, be careful what you wish for. I was honest. Oh my god, I gave a 4-star review overall, because it was a nice stay, but not worth 5 stars. There were 2 main issues, I think. One was that it was freezing, and the thermostat was capped at a certain temperature, so it was like always 62 degrees. And the other is the place had an overpowering air freshener scent, and I was like, I bet this is covering up a really bad smell. And sure enough, when I left, all of my clothes, everything I brought has this like gross smell. I have to like wash it all. So just that right there, I was like, I probably wouldn't go back. So like, I'm not gonna give 5 stars to somewhere I wouldn't go back to. Anyways, I left this review, and 1 minute later, I started getting inundated with message after message from this host being like, please remove your review. Here's step-by-step how to do it. Contact Airbnb support. And then like gaslighting me about the issues, being like, well, if it was so bad, like, why didn't you tell me in the moment? Why wait until you had to leave a review? They were like, I don't know what smell you're referring to, but our place is brand new. Like, respectfully, it was like the most rundown old house ever. But anyways, they were like, if you don't remove your review, like, we're gonna lose our Superhost rating, like, it really impacts us. But then I was reading online a little bit, and it kind of makes it seem like the Airbnb rating system is like a 4-star is actually a lot worse than it seems. Like, it's kind of unfair like that. So I'm kind of torn what to do. Like, it's weird that they're harassing me, but also I don't want to really negatively impact their business like more than I intend to. But I did leave like a well-rounded, honest review. I was like, it was a good location, it was well stocked, etc. But like, these are my 2 issues. So I don't know.
And it's like, you know what you can do to keep your Superhost status? Be a good host and just maintain your property for your guests and actually allow them to use your thermostat. And speaking of being a good host, if you guys think I've been a good host of this video, you could consider subscribing. If If you're new here, we are actually trying to right a patriarchal wrong, which is that Mr. Beast has more subscribers than I do, due of course to misogyny. So we are working together to beat him. Hashtag Sharks Bite Beasts. Please subscribe. Thank you. While I'm sure Airbnb puts as many policies in place as it can to ensure listings need to be correct and that hosts need to be professional and respectful of guests, there's only so much you can do with the way that this system is set up. If anything does go wrong, the only fixes are reactive and not proactive. For example, if you check into an Airbnb and the listing was completely wrong and the host isn't helping you fix anything, even if Airbnb customer service refunds you immediately from there, not only are you not going to get that refund immediately, but you're still stuck at the day of your vacation with your travel plans fucked up. And if it's a situation where you literally cannot stay there, now you're in a position where you're having to try and find another accommodation extremely last minute. And even if you can, they're going to be way more expensive because you didn't book ahead.
I'm having a nightmare Airbnb experience right now, and I'm not sure what to do. Let's start with the fact that the Airbnb, before we even got here, the host upped the price by $300 as we were booking. Like the same day that we were requesting and ready to book for a month, she just upped the price $300. First of all, the coffee table had termites around the leg, and we knew they were termites because the first day we got here it was a very small pile, and then a few days on its own it just grew to this. I took the time to sweep it up and go downstairs and try to get rid of them down the sink so that they wouldn't get on any more wood. And then when she saw me doing that, she took the dustpan out of my hand, and when I tried to tell her they were termites, she's like, it's okay, took them and threw them on a tree in the yard. That's one quirk. The shower leaks, and I'm not talking drip drip drip. I'm talking it can probably fill up 2 gallons in a day. And then we keep running out of water every few hours. When I asked about that, she told me that's normal because of the water pressure. And this is not the first time she's trying to gaslight us into thinking that a problem is not a problem. When we first got here, the Wi-Fi just was not working. We weren't able to get any work done when I mentioned it to her, especially because she said the speed was 50 megabytes per second before we joined, and we were getting 6. And when I mentioned this to her, she said, no, I can assure you, I've had 5 years of people working here without a problem. And I'm like, there's a problem, I'm sending you screenshots. And she refused to acknowledge it. I specifically asked her to reach out to the provider, and guess what? There was a problem, and the provider fixed it after she had tried to convince me that I was the problem. She's monitoring when we are coming and going. And we can't find anything in the area for a similar price anymore because it is so late. Like, we're staying here for a month, and it's so hard to find a long-term stay for a similar price on this such short notice. What do I do? Do I just, I think we're just gonna stick it out for the month, but like...
Another issue I've seen people complain a lot about with Airbnb is that a guest will book far in advance for an event, and then the host will realize that there's an event and either cancel them so that they can charge someone else more, or raise the price for the original person.
I came on here to rant because there is no reason why an Airbnb host should personally call me and say, hey, I see the day that you booked something. We have a big event coming up that weekend. And I was like, yeah, you do? I knew that you did. I literally had the inside information on when this date was for said event because I work with the company, okay? Keep in mind, I have already booked the reservation 8 months in advance. I've paid for the entire thing in full. And what did they do? He's like, hey, sorry, I cannot rent it to you for the price that we agreed to priorly through Airbnb. I know I could get triple the amount, so I'm going to double it. Are you willing to pay that? And I was like, is this allowed? Like, I genuinely need somebody from Airbnb. Is this allowed? Can a host all of a sudden try to cancel or modify your reservation for the price that you have listed? And, like, he did this not through the Airbnb app. You know what I'm saying? Like, they called me personally. I don't think it should be allowed, but I feel like I'm going to have to pay the price anyways because there's, like, nothing else available for the amount of people that I'm going to have with me. I literally hate people that price gouge. This is ridiculous.
A lot of people have also just had issues with their Airbnb promising way more than they actually get. Some listings even go as far as having misleading photos, like ones widened with lens distortion, straight up edited, or, the worst, changed with fucking AI to make them appear better than they are in real life. Even when the Airbnb is presented correctly though, so much more can go wrong when there's only one person controlling what is supposed to be effectively a bed and breakfast. For example, there have been countless videos of guests who could not get into their Airbnbs with the code they received from the host, and sometimes when they do try and reach out to the host for help, they don't hear anything back, so they're just fucked.
So I'm literally sitting outside the Airbnb that I had booked in St. Petersburg because the door code isn't working, the host isn't answering, and the residents that live here said that there was a guy here the other day and he ended up leaving because he was out here for over 2 hours and the door code never worked and the host never contacted him.
I even came across this one of a host telling on herself for this happening to one of her guests, and the guest having to sleep in her car with her dog.
We just had our first ever hosting nightmare for our in-home Airbnb. We had one guest and one dog scheduled to stay the night last night, and we don't even usually interact with our guests, but we actually did meet this guest in passing, and she was super nice. She did, however, have an issue getting into the door with our door code, which we've never had an issue with before, but she said it wasn't working for her, so we went ahead and unlocked the door for her and sent her the check-in instructions again. She acted like everything was working great, and I didn't double check to see that she'd actually used the code to make sure it worked. She left for the evening, everything was great, we went to bed, but I woke up in the morning and I saw some messages in the Airbnb app and my heart dropped. The code was not working for her again when she got in late last night, and she was not able to get into the Airbnb, so she spent the night in her car with her dog, which was heartbreaking, and I ran down there first thing this morning to check on her and see if I could get her in, and sure enough, the code was not working. I still haven't figured out what went wrong. We set the code just like we always do, and she was so gracious and so kind, and she said multiple times we did not need to refund her, but this was not her fault at all, and so we actually gave her a full refund for the night that she was here. She was able to come in early in the morning and get some rest. I am fully expecting less than 5 stars for this review, which is really disappointing, and we're going to have to figure out something so that we make sure this never happens again. Typically, one of us is up late in the night, so we would have seen the messages, but both of us went early. So it was the perfect storm. I really care about the guest experience, so I'm super bummed this happened, but she was so kind about it.
Like, dude, I feel like she's owed more than just a refund, because that's fucking insane. Or alternatively, there have been people who've shared their experiences of realizing that the host for their Airbnbs doesn't change the code in between guests, so any previous guest could just access the property. There are also just smaller things that you get as a benefit from a hotel that you don't get with Airbnb. For example, if you arrive earlier than your check-in time and you have luggage, a hotel will hold it for you. And Airbnb is not going to do that. If there's something wrong with, say, the shower or something in your hotel room, they'll just move you to another room, no problem. It's these little conveniences that you get when you're in a hotel because they actually prioritize hospitality. And that's the thing. The biggest issue that people tend to have with Airbnbs is the entitlement from the hosts. It's as if somebody is forcing them to rent their home out against their will. Like, there are some hosts that will control the air conditioning or the heat from their phone and not allow the guests to adjust it, or lock the thermostat at a certain minimum or maximum temperature, like the guy earlier mentioned in his review, or who will monitor you on the cameras the entire time while you're there.
I just kicked out my Airbnb guests for the first time ever, no refund, and immediately made them leave the property. I am kicking myself for giving a one-night stay because we never do that. We're coming in from out of town, needed a place to stay overnight. They agreed to paying the $225 cleaning fee and a couple $100 to stay overnight. We had a 4-day break. It's a Sunday. What's the worst that can happen? Get a Ring notification and I see this over my cameras. I've never had this happen before where guests wanted to take whatever, the cloth or whatever this is, put it on the exterior cameras, which are facing the driveway and facing the front porch only. I have disclosed that we do have outdoor cameras. There shouldn't be a surprise there. I'm also kicking the fact that I do not state this explicitly in my renter agreement. You guys can see here, I do say that I can literally kick you out at any time if they violate any terms of this agreement. I did quote number 7, that the guest should be using my property in utmost integrity to make a guest ready for the next people. And this is not doing that. I brought this to the guest's attention that we do not allow this. Get your covering off my camera. And he said he did. And then I see this moments later, messing with my internet. I even let the guests check in early, told them that they have to leave immediately, but I have no way to know if they actually have. So I think what I'm going to do is just call the sheriff tonight, do a wellness check on my property to make sure they left, but I'm honestly a little afraid that any retaliation, I don't know. We've never also had any guests stay long period. It's a short-term rental place, but covering the cameras, one-night stays, my head's going a million miles an hour. When I have an update, I will get one.
Or some hosts will put up rules in every room to make sure you aren't, living in the house.
With all the please remove shoes, they have here's some more signs of all the rules. And let's just say they go into the kitchen. Here's more signs of more rules. They literally have food. Oh, I forgot some more rules in the refrigerator. Yeah, you don't disturb their owner's food, which is actually in the refrigerator, which is...
In the freezer too.
Yeah, pretty gross. Oh, the signs are all in the bathroom. Here's some more. Here's some more signs. And then the best part I like is that they literally want you to squeegee the shower, even though you pay for cleaning fees. Oh, and do not move the shower head. I mean, seriously, that this place has. It's been, oh, yeah, more rules on the washing machine dryer.
And some hosts will just straight up show up unannounced.
So I'm at an Airbnb because my house is still being remodeled from a flood that happened 6 months ago. Let me tell you how the Airbnb lost hot water for 2 days. And you see the owners in the back. The owners just keep coming to do yard work in the back. And I have dogs. I rented this so I could have like a private yard. Ignore my no makeup face. And they're just here nonstop. And now the internet has gone out. It's crazy. I'm just so unlucky. Also, it's really weird. If you were to rent an Airbnb and the owners came to constantly do work in the backyard, what would you do? Would you be okay with it? Because it's really annoying me. I want to tell them to leave, but it's like their house. I don't know. I have one more week here. Should I just get a new one? Literally back there just doing like massive amounts of yard work.
But nothing shows this entitlement from hosts quite like the shit that they post online themselves.
Come with me to see how Airbnb guests left the place after a 2-night stay. Let's see. All right. So they used the blanket, which is here, and they must have also used the pizza blanket, which I'll find in a second. They didn't want the chocolates, which that happens sometimes. Okay, so overall, looks good here. Can't really complain. Let's check the kitchen. Okay, so not too bad, not too bad. Looks like they didn't use the coffee. Oh, they did. Okay, they opened it. All right. And then let's check the trash. They didn't take the trash out, which I don't require the guests to, because I just use it when I'm cleaning. All the waters are gone. They were thirsty. Let's check the dishwasher. No dishes. Okay. Left some trash in the trash can.
Where else would it go?
And hopefully they didn't leave any items in the closet. Okay, all good. I'm always scared to check the bathroom. Done. They left some soap. Okay. Okay. I have a question for you. I literally leave 2 rolls of toilet paper in here for a 2-night stay, and which I personally think is more than enough. Toilet paper is always gone. 2 full rolls of toilet paper, 2-night stay, 2 people. Let me know what you think about that.
We gotta stop right there. What the fuck do you mean? You leave 2 rolls of toilet paper for 2 people for 2 nights. Maybe I'm putting myself on blast here because I eat things I shouldn't and give myself tummy aches that I know I'll get. But if I'm on vacation, I'm gonna get Taco Bell. And I'm gonna get a tummy ache. 2 rolls of toilet. Also, like, I'm gonna blow my nose throughout the day. I got allergies. Dude, and also saying that you always come back to it being gone, then stock more. What the fuck do you mean? There were genuinely people in the comments of this video being like, you guys are fucking entitled, expecting your Airbnb host to stock toilet paper for you. Huh? Hello? Are we allowed to walk on the floor? What the fuck do you mean? It's not even a matter of I'm gonna use all the toilet paper. It's the idea that you've put me in a position where now I have to fucking worry about it. Fuck you for that. Absolutely not. No.
If I walked into a like weekend trip and I saw that my Airbnb had 2 rolls of toilet paper for the entire weekend for my husband and I would be like, well, okay, let's immediately DoorDash toilet paper so we just don't even have to worry about it. And that's so fucking annoying. It's not even that I'm going to use that much toilet paper. I'm not going to shit 75 times. It's just that I don't have to think about it. Like, why am I having to like ration toilet paper? Because like it's gone. When she says every time it's gone, that this is genuinely making me lose my mind. The fact that she literally says, what do you guys think about that? It's gone every time. Yeah, so stock more. What do you fucking think about that? Are you joking? Oh my god. Insane. Insane.
Let's go to the next one. Oh, let's stop here. Looks like they used some of the towels.
Probably to wipe their ass.
All right, first look, what do we think? Definitely could be more tidy.
She seems to be bothered that they didn't make the bed in this room, but isn't it more work for her to undo the made bed because she needs to like wash the sheets? I hope. She needs to wash the sheets, so.
Trash in the trash can.
Again with the trash in the trash can thing. Girl, yeah, that's where it goes.
Yeah, man. Probably gonna have to get someone to do the bathrooms. I ain't doing this, bruh. All right, how are we rating these guests? Do have a washer and dryer, and usually is not used for the short stays. Okay, so here's the game plan. I'm going to clean everywhere except the bathrooms and then get someone to clean the bathrooms. I'll do the laundry, and then we'll see how far I get today. I'm just not in the cleaning mood. I'm really not.
I'm genuinely still so bothered by the toilet paper thing. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one because I can only say so much about that. The idea that she even has to ask what to rate these guests that have completely left the house in immaculate condition other than not making the bed upstairs because it's just gonna get stripped and thrown in the wash right now anyway is what is the annoying thing. Like, there's nothing left except taking the trash out and washing the sheets because you need to do that regardless, and then obviously you have to clean it because you have to clean between every guest. What do you mean, what do you rate the guest? What do you mean? All right, let's see what else.
I had an 18-year-old Airbnb guest message me and ask me if she could stay at our cabin. She assured me that there would be no partying, though I was 18 once. You can just never be too sure. And she hasn't responded, and I only have an hour left to accept or deny her request. Here is a recap of her message. Pause to read. I said, I'll get back to you. I said, hey girl, thank you again for being so kind and your transparent message up front. Good kudos on your end, basically. I said, because of our cabin, including features like a hot tub or fireplace, and given that everyone in your group is under 21, we do have a few additional requirements to ensure safety and alignment. Basically, I asked her that every guest will need to sign a basic waiver and agreement that covers the use of hot tub, fire safety, and other cabin amenities. I said, no underage drinking is allowed on the property. If any alcohol use by minors is discovered, immediate termination, no refund for the remaining nights, and potential financial liability for any damages or violations. No parties, outside visitors. I said the booking guests, you, are fully responsible in ensuring the group upholds all these rules. I'll send over the waiver and agreement for everyone to review and sign electronically. Basically, I said I need these a month and a half before your stay. Please let me know if you're comfortable with these expectations. I'll get everything sent your way. XOXO. I tried to lighten the load, you know? She didn't respond for an hour, so I said, please let me know your thoughts. Of course, let me double check with everyone in the group and I'll get back to you.
Okay, first of all, I understand being concerned about like a bunch of 18, 19-year-olds like possibly drinking at your property. That's fair enough. But why is she acting like they can't be around a fireplace and a hot tub without like an additional waiver? That's ridiculous. They're adults. Like, they can go to war. They're certainly fine to be around a fucking hot tub. That seems a little fucking ridiculous. Also, the condescending, like, the booking guest, you, like, she's not stupid. She's not 7 years old. You know, she's 18.
Now, if I was very firm in knowing that none of the people in my group would be drinking and we didn't have to worry about it, why would I need to send this to them, you know?
Because you're asking them to sign a contract. Like, I don't know whether or not they're gonna drink, obviously. Like, I totally get the concern of that, but it isn't crazy that she would send it to her friends before she, like, asks everybody to sign a legal document. Weird. Also, I will say she probably should have worded her little contract differently, because in it she says if any drinking by minors is found, and they are technically not minors. They aren't like legal drinking age, but I would imagine that that contract wouldn't make sense because they're not minors. They're 18 and 19. So I don't know how that would play out in a court of law. Okay, we have another one.
Our guests from last night just checked out, so we're gonna go check out the Airbnb after their stay. I will say they did check out 17 minutes late, which in the grand scheme of things is not a huge deal, but I have a studio session in 2.5 hours here, and I do have to clean the space before they get here. So it was a big inconvenience for me for them to check out late. I think I'm just gonna put that in their personal review when I do that later, but yeah, let's go see how they left the space. Wait, they left us a review. Okay, it says, we appreciate the peaceful and comfortable home you have shared with us, wishing you much happiness and success. That is very sweet. This is like my favorite part when I come in to see if they wrote us anything, so definitely appreciate that.
They took a few minutes to write in the guest book, and she's gonna write a review being like, they were late.
Looks like they used some of the dishes, which is really good. I don't require them to put up their dishes or anything, just if they'll wash them. And I don't even think I have washed your dishes, but everybody's been doing that, so I appreciate it. They also left us a note on here. It was truly lovely, thanks.
They left a second note. And she's complaining that they were 17 minutes late to checking out.
The trash is not here. Looks like they made up the bed. We don't require them to make up the bed, wash their linens or anything. We just say put your clothes in the hamper, which the hamper is, oh, over there. But yeah, so that's nice of them to do that. Here's the towels, so they're ready to be washed. Overall, these guests were so great. They communicated very clearly. They texted us a sweet message last night, and they were like, so thankful for letting us stay. The home is so lovely. But they did check out late, so I don't know how to feel about that. Let me know your thoughts and what you would do if you were in our situation. Okay, bye.
I don't know, man. Probably don't give yourself like 5 minutes in between guests to fully re-clean the entire place. That's on you. They like fully cleaned her fucking whole place, made up their beds, like put the fucking laundry away, left 2 notes, and she's like, you were a bit wait on checking out though. Think you're gonna get free stars from me. Okay, fucking bitch. And last but not least, excuse the fisheye on this next video and the fact that it's mildly sped up. This next one keeps giving me a fucking copyright strike even though it's a fucking TikTok. So I'm sorry, I had to do what I can. It's fair use. I have the right to fucking react to it. So get off my ass, YouTube. All right? Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you. Hey, I love you, YouTube. I love you so much. I love you.
Morning, we're at the Airbnb this morning, and honestly, I'm tired of being a host. So this was like a group of friends that stayed. And they messaged this morning after checkout saying the code didn't work, and then they said never mind, they got it because they forgot something, and then they were trying to get money back because they said a fire alarm was beeping. But we had literally spent like 4 hours here cleaning before check-in and didn't hear the fire alarm beeping one time. And also, we could have came and fixed it, and they didn't tell us till after they checked out. So 1, I want to see if the fire alarm is beeping, and 2, we're gonna see how they left it because we have somebody checking in that's staying 2 nights today. So okay, so walking in, oh, I hear the fire alarm. That was not like that yesterday. We're in the kitchen. Kitchen looks great. So everything down here looks good. Like I said, kitchen looks good. Let's check the fridge. Nothing in the fridge. Nothing in the freezer. They did not eat the ice cream. Crazy work. It's like, I don't understand. If the fire alarm was beeping, why not message us and be like, hey, the fire alarm's beeping. How do we fix this ASAP? And I'd be like, oh my gosh, on the way to fix it.
Why don't these hosts understand that when someone's on vacation or whatever, they don't want you here? If I'm at an Airbnb and I hear the fire alarm beeping and the host is like, oh, I'll come over and fix it, I would rather just deal with it and get a refund for the inconvenience than have the host fucking around at the house the whole time. They don't want you here. No, they do not want you to be dicking around in the space while they're trying to have a vacation. And now you're like looking around like, what are they doing? Oh, like trying to look for clues as to what they were up to before you arrived. No, obviously. Also, I love how she didn't even believe that the fire alarm was going off until she saw it for herself.
And I'd be like, oh my gosh, on the way to fix it. But like, also, a refund? I just am like, what? I said, just like a hotel front desk, if you're saying we have an issue with the property, message the host so we can fix it. Like, some things are just out of our control. Is this the fire alarm that's beeping? Cody's checking the fire alarm. Okay, so definitely replacing this. So we're fixing the smoke detector. If you're ever staying at an Airbnb and there's any problem, message your host. Just like a hotel, the front desk is your host. Like, something's going wrong, something's not right, there is a fire detector beeping, message your host when it starts happening because they can dispatch somebody to come fix it for you. Like, we want you to have a good time. But we can't do anything if you don't tell us until after you check out and say, I want a refund. That's not how this works, and it never will be.
Jelly Roll shirt is fucking crazy work, dude.
The hosts that get online and complain about their experiences hosting Airbnb and having to do their jobs always get so shocked when the general consensus from the internet is, we don't give a fuck. That's because most people will never be able to afford to buy one house, let alone have a second one to rent out. You want to complain about being an Airbnb host? You should probably join a Facebook group or something of just you guys, because we don't want to fucking hear it. Not only is it a know your audience situation, but it's also that Airbnb is a contributor as to why the housing situation is as bad as it is right now. This happens because when landlords can earn more renting to tourists for 10 days of the month than they do renting to locals for the entire month, guess who they pick? This reduces the housing supply and drives up rent for everybody else. Not only that, but Airbnb properties and the push to drive tourists into certain areas end up changing these areas entirely in favor of the tourist experience. This leads to touristification and gentrification. So when Airbnb hosts get online to cry about how their guest used a blanket, frankly, we don't give a fuck. Alright guys, I'm gonna call it right there. There is still time to get your Navy U2's plushie, but not much time, so get one while you can. She does come with her little shark stuffy as well, so it's like a 2-in-1. The link will be in my description for that. For more videos, check out my second channel, Brooke Sharks Bites, where I post beauty and lifestyle content. A lot of you guys comment asking if I have a makeup or hair tutorial, and I do on my second channel. I also always put whatever lip I'm wearing in the description of these videos for those of you that are curious. You can also follow me on Instagram and TikTok, and you can join my Patreon. I post some extras over there, and I have a Patreon exclusive Discord. Don't forget to beat the shit out of the like button and murder the subscribe button. And if you're feeling crazy, you can book a hotel with the bell. Bars. I'll see you soon with another video.
Marriage is what brings us together today. Guys, I'm married. Oh, focus. Look at her. Don't look at my skin condition. Look at the ring. Don't look at my skin condition. I can't help it. I get stressed. But guys, I'm married. That was the proof. I love being married. I wouldn't change it for the world. Being married is wonderful. And if you're somebody who's at all interested in marriage, a wedding is a super exciting celebration to look forward to. A wedding should be a celebration for everybody to just come together and celebrate the newlyweds and just party and hang out and have so much fun, just celebrating the lovely couple, right? But there's always going to be somebody that wants to make it about themselves. And for most people, it's a small little thing. It's a tiny little, like, that was kind of a weird thing to say, or someone doing too much, or things like that. But for some people, someone in their life makes it about themselves in a way that is beyond comprehension. And those are the people that we're going to be discussing today. But guys, all this talk about marriage has me thinking about love. The internet and lost brain cells looking for the most interesting and frustrating and annoying and just downright tacky wedding stories that I can find. And without further ado, here they are. Our first story is brought to us by the wedding shaming subreddit, which is where I did find a lot of this information. So the person who posted this says, guy proposing steals bride's bouquet. That's a really good start. Oh, I need to flip this, it's too small. Now we're in business, bitch. So this happened over 12 years ago. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, brought me to a wedding as a +1. The bride and groom both went to our very small college. They were fresh out of college, so most of the guests were in their 20s. During the reception, the bride and all the single ladies gather up so the bride can toss the bouquet. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, a guy comes up behind the bride who's holding the bouquet up over her head, poised to launch it into a crowd of hopeful women, and grabs the bouquet from the bride. Then he gets on one knee in front of a bridesmaid, offers her the bouquet, and proposes. That's not... That's... Oh my god. The way that if I was the bride, I would take it and beat him up with it. I would get violent, I think. I actually think that it would... I think I'd see red and fully get violent. And to not even have a ring, not that you need to have a ring to propose, but you know that he wasn't planning to do that until the moment came and he was like, I'm gonna make this about me, I think. I'm actually gonna make this about me, I think. This is a good opportunity to make this about me. Everybody's cheering, and I kind of wish they were cheering for me. So what if they were? What if I was just at least in the middle of the place where they're cheering for? I'm gonna do it. I don't know. It gives mama's boy. I don't know why, but it just gives like you've never been told no. If I was the girl who just got proposed to, I'd be like, no. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? No. go sit down. They say, no one knows how to react. A good 5 to 10 seconds of absolute silence as everyone's trying to comprehend the sheer audacity. The bridesmaid says yes, and everyone goes back to their table. To this day, I still find myself wondering if the bride knew and approved this proposal. From what I remember, the bride seemed surprised but not upset. Either way, we left shortly after. I actually can't even fathom how mad I'd be, and it would fully ruin my wedding. Like, I'm not the type of person who can let things breeze over my back like that. I can't just let things slide against my better mental health. I'm not a chill person in that way. I wish I was. I am not Jinx Monsoon. No matter how many times I say water off a duck's back, it does not slide. And if someone did that, I genuinely, first of all, would have them kicked out. Sorry. Bye. Goodbye. Go celebrate your fucking engagement. Second, everybody that came up to me that night, I'd be like, I can't fucking believe that. I can't believe that. I would be fuming all night. I'd be fuming. It would ruin my wedding. Fully would ruin my wedding. And then I would never be able to talk about my wedding again without just being furious about this fucking guy that did this. That would piss me off in a way I can't even express. Also though, like, we don't, I guess, know if the bride approved it ahead of time. Maybe she did, but even the sheer audacity to ask is crazy. If someone even asked, I'd be like, oh no, absolutely not. And because you thought it was okay to even ask me, you're not invited to my wedding. And by the way, we're not friends anymore. How about that? How's that? We're not friends anymore, and I hope you die. Is that an answer? Is that a clear answer for you? And I hope that when you propose, she says no. Absolutely insane level of making it about you. You know what it is that they get in this scenario and this party and reception where in their head, they're like, oh wow, it's so beautiful and romantic and like everything is so gorgeous. And it's like, yeah, because someone paid thousands and thousands of dollars to make it that way and make it perfect and romantic for themselves, not for you. It's not a situation for you. It didn't just happen to be this way. They paid it to be this way. You guys, I'm fucking up my grammar because I'm so mad. It's not beautiful and romantic for no reason. It's beautiful and romantic by design. It's beautiful and romantic because the couple and their families or whoever else is help planning and paying for the wedding has paid often tens of thousands of dollars to make it that way. And to make it the perfect day for themselves to celebrate their romantic connection, not yours. So to like piggyback off of it and to use their money basically and their party to make it about yourself is so crazy. It is so insane. It's like using someone's baby shower to announce your own pregnancy. It's so weird, which I'm sure people do that too. I'm sure that's a thing. I'm 100% certain that that's happened because people are so weird with making things about themselves. These types of events where someone is the like main character of the event by design, like a bridal shower, baby shower, wedding, bachelorette party, whatever the groom one is, what is that called? Bachelor party, hello. All of these events that are like by design about somebody, celebrating somebody, there's always a weirdo that needs to make it about themselves because they're like, I need attention too so bad. You know, there's always somebody. That's so bizarre. I don't understand that type of person because at the end of the day, you are the villain and everybody sees it. So it's crazy to me to be okay with negative attention, I guess. You know at the end of the day that everybody is looking at you, or maybe you don't know. Maybe you truly are like, I don't care. I just want the attention. But at the end of the day, everybody's at bummer. At the end of the day, everybody at the wedding, in this case, is going to be looking at this couple that just got engaged like, what is wrong with you? And like everybody's going to be talking shit about them the whole time. And everybody's just going to be laughing at them like they're the joke of the wedding now and they're the villain of the wedding. Like even if the bride said it was okay ahead of time, which we don't know if she did, let's say that she did. It's also just crazy to ask because there are people who don't have the backbone to stand up for themselves and say, no, absolutely not, don't do that. There are people that don't feel comfortable in those types of confrontations and they'll just resent you forever for asking. So to put someone in that position is really gross. And often people put people in those positions that they know don't have the backbone to say no. For example, no one's asking me that because they know they'll get their head bit off, but they might ask someone who's way nicer and who's often treated as a doormat that way because it's like, you do that to people you know you could take advantage of. Gross. I hate that shit. And another thing, if you're the person getting proposed to, aren't you offended that the person proposing to you, your partner, didn't plan out something special for you? When I was proposed to, it was very much about me and my husband, my, at the time, fiance. Like, he made the day special to be, like, once I got proposed to and the surprise was, like, done, we went to a dinner that was our family and all about us. And I didn't know that was going to happen, but it was so exciting to be like, oh, now we're immediately into celebration mode and it's all about us and everybody's so happy for us. Maybe not everybody wants that, obviously, but there's no time to celebrate the two of you because you're at a celebration for someone else. It's so weird to kind of be lazy and steal someone else's event because not only is it horrifically insulting to the newlyweds, but it's also like insulting to the person you're proposing to because they're not good enough for their own moment. You have to like hijack someone else's moment. Oh, I'd say no. I'd say no. And by the way, get fucked. Next story. This one's titled, "Help! My best friend is hijacking our wedding planning." And to that I say, don't let them, but let's read it. "Hey guys, my 25 male, future wife, 26 female, and I are kind of at a loss here. My childhood best friend, 25 male, has us landlocked for our wedding planning. We have had a long engagement and have had our wedding date picked for over a year. My fiance and I will now be tying the knot in 6 months. The problem is his uni schedule is out." Oh, they're English. I'm sorry, I gotta do an accent. "Problem is his uni schedule is out and the wedding is same day as..." I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do that anymore. "Our wedding is the same day as my buddy's graduation from his master's program. And..." Get here when you can. Who fucking cares? Sorry. It's not about him. I'm so sorry. Like, it's a bummer, but call me an asshole if you want, but these are both big life events, and I see this as a schedule conflict at most. In my eyes, we have a massive day of celebration and could congratulate each other and go out for drinks to talk about it later. Well, apparently that is not the case. My best friend told me that my wedding date was the same day as his graduation and asked me to change my date. That's not possible. If you're getting married at a venue, you have to pick it like a year in advance because of the way the venues work. Like they have to have a year, or usually a year, if not longer sometimes, but at least like 8 months in advance you have to book out to get the date, or at least the date range. For example, if you want like a summer wedding, which most people do because of weather, then you have to book out like at least a year in advance because those venues every single weekend day is going to be booked up very, very, very quickly. So to be like, oh, just change your date. Buddy, you are so out of touch and stupid for even asking that. It's insane. Also so selfish. Oh, also, you have to send out wedding invites like 9 months prior. You send out a save the date and then you send out the wedding invites a few months prior. If they change the date, all of their wedding guests are now having to deal with a schedule change. Like it's not just affecting the bride and groom at this point. That's so crazy. Then he insisted that I told him it was a Sunday wedding, which I had mentioned my fiance wanted way back when. Then he blamed me for never telling him that I changed my mind despite my announcement in multiple groups and even in passing conversations one-on-one. He also came with me the day that I signed the venue contract showing it was bought and paid for our Saturday wedding. Well, also, why does he need to have like an official notice? It's just a bummer that the two things are on the same day. Now that you've got some context, here's the problem. He showed up to my apartment 2 weeks ago when I reaffirmed that I would not be changing my date for the wedding. He was beyond upset and was insisting it would ruin our friendship if he didn't come to the wedding. Despite my insistence that this was just not true, he wouldn't listen. My roommate, 24 male, told him he was being ridiculous, and my best friend turned on him and started to berate him. My friend ended up leaving in tears and has not since apologized. I have come to compromise that when he knows the time of his graduation, we'll tweak up the ceremony start time so he can either come by the reception or stand for the ceremony. But now this agreement is starting to sour. What the fuck? What does the bride think about all this? Because I'd be like, no, I'm not changing my time of my wedding for one person. Also, aren't graduation ceremonies almost always in the morning? Maybe not, but I've always been to graduation ceremonies that are in the morning, and weddings are almost always in like the evening, not like late in the evening, but they're typically around like 4:35. So it seems like you can do your graduation ceremony and then maybe celebrate the whole next day if the wedding is important to you to go to. It's a bummer. I totally understand. Like, I would be bummed out. If I was like excited to go to my master's program graduation and it was the same day as my best friend's wedding, I would be really bummed. I totally get that. But then I would be an adult and fix it instead of moping around and expecting my best friend to change his wedding around me. He's got this what about me mentality in everything we do when planning. The caterers we found and can afford can only cater dinner. What if my graduation is at that time? What if it is? Then you won't be there. Like, what the fuck? When I told my groomsmen that we're gonna set a date to get measured for tux rentals, he was the only one who couldn't go and got mad when I took the other guys anyway. He also left all my groomsmen hanging when they were planning an incredibly kind surprise get together for me and my fiance. He intentionally made plans on top of their prep time, so all he did was show up and take credit.
My groomsmen aren't very fond of him because of that, and I've found out more recently that they're not too fond of him at all because of his selfish behavior. It kind of seems from just this context that he might be the friend that you grew up with that you might not have made had you guys been older, but because you grew up together, there's a lot more forgiveness. Had you made them now, you wouldn't be willing to look past certain things as much, but because there's so much history, it's like, well, you know, that's just how they are. So that might be the case here. And then the newer friends are like, why are you looking past all of this? This person sucks. My dad told me he's got no right to influence our wedding planning that much, and even though my fiance has promised me that she'll go with the flow, I'm not upheaving our day for him. That part. My mom doesn't want me to invite him at all anymore. Again, childhood friend and essentially family. I guess I should also mention I've got 2 best men because my fiance has 2 sisters and wanted them each for her maids of honor. So I still have a best man already. In my opinion, my fiance's parents are putting a lot of time and money into this wedding, and unless he wants to fork out a couple grand, he's got no place in our wedding planning. That part. I've never seen him act so selfishly. My fiance has already given me grief a few times throughout our relationship about him. It's always been about simple, I don't really like him, but now this guy has no ability to compromise anymore, and I've seen a very sad change in him since he moved off for uni. I don't know. At this point, I'm rambling and just overall upset. It seems like everybody else can kind of see this person's flaws except for OP, and now that it's like affecting him directly, he's like, oh, wait a minute. I have a hard time confronting him because he's explosive and will go for my neck even if I tell him he's got a stain on his shirt. And we're just now starting to see that there might be something to this guy. What the fuck? I don't know what to do or say to him. My parents are adamant that he deserves no place in our day anymore, and I agree. I have no wish for him to believe he has any say over my fiance simply because she's patient and kind enough to hold on when planning. I've already shed some tears to her about this, just need an outside opinion. Thanks. Edit, he does not literally go for my neck. What I mean is that he will put you down or intentionally bring up sore subjects if you point out any type of flaw for him, even in a joking manner. I'm not subject to physical violence, and he would be a well-beaten fool to try it. Jesus, that was written crazy. I mean, that was pretty obvious that that's what he meant, but that one's hard because I get that it's your best friend since childhood, so of course you're gonna have things that you want to look past and you want him to be there for you, and especially if you're like brothers, basically. It does suck to not have him there, but it's also like he needs to get a grip. And if you kind of threaten them, I think, with uninviting them to the wedding and be like, hey, you're doing too much, then they might be like, oh, okay, sorry, I'll relax. You know, there might be a kind of a wake-up call in the threat of you might not be even invited anymore if you keep this up. Okay, this one is so insane. Exes return their keys at the altar. Yeah, you read that right. I was at a wedding recently where right before the lucky couple exchanged rings, the groom had a line of his, I presume, exes come up and drop their keys to his condo into a bowl. It was played off as a joke, but I was sitting there in the audience flabbergasted. Bride was laughing and very smug about it as if this was proof of her winning or whatever. Like, is this a thing? Is this that same dick forever thing? Is that supposed to be funny and not super weird? Also, yes, everyone was making key party jokes during the reception. What the fuck? First of all, I sincerely hope that these people didn't actually have keys to his condo this entire time that he was dating somebody that he was gonna marry. That's insane. I hope that was just for a bit. And also, I also hate the bit so much I could literally die. How do you get your exes to agree to that? Also, I bet he just like hired actresses. He's got like a Craigslist ad out that's like, please need pretty girl to drop keys off at my wedding so that I look like I was a cool bachelor before getting married. I sincerely would freak out if I was the bride. Obviously, I would not allow this to happen if I was the bride, but I guess they found each other for a reason. She seems into it from what this person said, which is really funny as well. The idea of her winning too, it's like, oh, look at all these girls he had and he still wants me. You got him. You won, girl. He is all yours. That one's just so wild, I had to share. Okay, this one someone posted and said, my cousin sent this along with her wedding invitations. I will not be in attendance. Oh my God. Listen, I have quite a potty mouth, but this just gives off such I just learned to swear and I'm 12 energy. You know when a kid learns a swear word and you can tell they just learned it, and so everything they say is like forcing it in and jamming it in a way that's like really unnatural and like awkward? It very much gives that. This reads as follows. Shit you need to know. Children, leave your little shit at home. We want to get fucked up. We will turn you away. Hotels, Google it, you lazy fuck. Taxis, see above. Parking, follow the fucking instructions we gave you, dumbass. Questions, check the fucking website. Dietary requirements,
Eat what you're given, you fat fuck. Wedding gifts.
If you wanted to give us a wedding gift, a contribution to our honeymoon would be perfect.
Dress code. Wear whatever the fuck you want. Go butt fuck naked for all we care. I think my favorite thing about this is just going absolutely batshit for all of it. And then when it comes to asking for money, being like, oh, but please, we could have a little bit of money. We'd really like to have a little bit of money from you guys, please. We actually love you. We're just kidding. That is so fucking funny. They should have been like, wedding gifts. Give us some fucking money. Fork over the cash, you fucking cheap bitch. Like, whatever. Keep the same energy. Keep the same energy at least. Also, check the fucking website. There's no website listed, so that is so funny. It really does give I just learned to swear. Okay, this next one is the trashy reverend's wife. In parentheses, not a guest. So this is someone cross-posting it from a Photoshop request sub, it looks like. And the original person who posted it said, would anyone be able to remove the woman in the purple tank top from my wedding photos? Context, she wasn't a guest, reverend's wife. She said she would sit where she wouldn't be noticed in photos. She looks incredibly unhappy and she isn't dressed for the wedding. I don't know if it's possible, but I'd figured I'd ask. She's dressed like she's going to Walmart for the ceremony. That is so crazy. And why is she there? She's legit in the middle of the photos. Like, no shade whatsoever to the bride, but there's not enough guests for her to get lost in the crowd. And there's no reason for the reverend's wife to be there whatsoever. It's a job that you're fulfilling. You're not invited to a wedding. You're at work. You're being hired to be at work. You don't get a +1 as the officiant. And if you did, they would need to dress like they're going to a wedding. This poster says, 5 months out and mother-in-law wants us to change the date. Again, with the changing the date, you can't just do that. Even if they wanted to for you, you can't just do that. Okay, so they say, this is more funny than angry, but my mother-in-law is a ridiculous person. Literally every choice we've made for our wedding so far, she's decided it's not right. We're having a very eclectic rock and roll style party in a barn in the Hudson Valley in April 2025. We have several bands playing, sword swallowers and fire eaters, an amazing caterer, entrees are pork belly and chicken, all roasted over an open fire. The photographers and videographers all specialize in documentary film style footage and some digital as well. I told the floral to go crazy with colors and textures, and I want it to look wild and joyful. No particular color scheme, no bridal party. She, on the other hand, wants the wedding to be a black tie event in Italy, of course, or at her church. She likes very tidy flowers, orchids, or all pink roses, and she wants a photographer who specializes in posed portraits. She wants a string quartet. Our menu is not elegant enough. It can only be steak and fish, lest our guests think we are too poor or too cheap. Gasp. She absolutely does not get our vision, and that's okay. I don't need her to. She's already had her perfect wedding, and now we're having ours. That's so true. Like, it's funny when people say, like, but I like roses. Okay? Have roses at your wedding. It's not your wedding. Over Thanksgiving dinner, she gave us a real knee slapper. She's been telling us we need to change our wedding from April to June, 5 months out. Apparently, she's been in contact with the photographer she wants us to hire because she's so talented and she's Italian. Lol. The photographer is apparently an expert in Hudson Valley weddings, even though she lives in Palm Beach, Florida. This photographer tells her that April's a horrible time to get married. It will definitely be raining and freezing cold on our wedding day. So obviously we need to change our wedding. Never mind that all of our vendors and the venue are fully booked and have even opened their books to 2027. Never mind that my whole family and friends already booked their trip and hotels. Mind you, I've worked as a wedding planner in the Hudson Valley and I know very well what the weather is in April versus June. I worked at a wedding in June once and had to have an ambulance parked out front because 4 people passed out from the heat. When we did our engagement photo shoot mid-May last year, the temperature was already 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Also, having been a wedding planner, I already have a rainy weather plan. But never mind all of that, mother-in-law and her Italian photographer who lives and works in a totally different location know best. Fortunately, my family has helped pay for the majority of the wedding so far, so all she can do is be annoying. That is funny. It's just weird to want to plan someone else's wedding to what your vision is, because it's not about you, it's about the couple getting married. Very bizarre. Okay, now is the portion of the video where we're all gonna have to do a little bit of yoga after this because it's gonna piss us off so bad, and that is people wearing wedding dresses to other people's weddings. This one so severely pisses me off for obvious reasons, right? It's someone else's wedding. Why are you making it about yourself? Obvious. But not only just the wearing a bridal type gown thing, that aside, because that's the most extreme example, but wearing white to someone's wedding at all is so bizarre because there are so many
colors. There are so many colors. And are you telling me you only wear white every single day and you physically can't change that color? I only wear black every single day, but if I went to a wedding where the dress code was like no black, I'd be like, no problem, I'll find a different color to wear. It's that easy. Just respect people's day. You're telling me you genuinely need to wear white that bad. There are so many other colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, just to name a few.
So I've heard of Roy G. Biv, but
you
I thought it was a person.
And that's just the basis. You've got shit like chartreuse out there that you could be rocking. But instead we're going with white. It's intentional. It's always intentional. And you always look fucking stupid. And you're always gonna make yourself look like a villain. Everybody at the wedding's laughing at you. If I'm there, I'm 100% dumping red wine on you. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I would totally pour red wine. I will dump red wine on you. I'm not just saying that. I will pour red wine on you. If I'm at a wedding with you, this is a warning. I will pour red wine on you if you're wearing white, or if I even perceive so much as 50% white on your dress. It's so weird to make it about yourself like that because everybody sees through it and everybody at the wedding is looking at you like, oh, what the hell? There's never good intentions. It's never a good intention thing to do because it's so easy to avoid and it's so simple. And there are so few weddings that you go to in a year or like even in your lifetime that you can't just get a different colored dress or pantsuit or garment. Come on. Come on. So with that, here is a selection of people wearing white to weddings that are not the bride. So this first one, they say that woman on the left is not the bride. And you guys, I genuinely think she picked this out of the bridal collection. Like, not even joking. I think this is actually out of the bridal collection. She's got a white clutch with it. And all of these types of people, when they're asked about it, it's always like, oh no, it's ivory. It's cream. It's ivory. No, it's like a really, really light beige. Girl, it's white. You just described white. Okay, this next one. The person who posted it said, she looks absolutely gorgeous, except she's not the bride. This one I totally can hear. I obviously wasn't there, but I can hear this girl going around going, oh no, it's like beige underneath. Like it's like the nude underneath. It's like basically a beige dress because it's got a little bit of nude under. I just know that was the excuse she was giving. There's always that. It's never just like saying it with your chest, like, fuck yeah, I'm wearing white and what? They never are doing that. And that's what's even weirder to me because just fucking do it. If you're gonna do it, like ball out. Say it with your chest. Walk around that wedding and be like, and it is about me actually. You know, just say it with your chest. But they never do. It's always like, oh no, it's ivory. No, it's cream. It's because the nude, maybe it's the light. It's because the nude underneath, it casts it in a way. They always have an excuse. Can you guys tell I read a lot of rage content? And can you tell that's something I invest time in? Someone said, my mom's friend had this dress especially made to wear to my wedding. You guys, why aren't we kicking these people out? That's my biggest question. A lot of venues will require you to have a wedding planner for at least the day of for insurance reasons. And like the venue needs to make sure it'll go smoothly and things like that. I'm not super privy to if that's the perfect explanation as to why. So if you're a wedding planner or you work with wedding venues or something, please let me know in the comments. But my wedding planner was an absolute angel and she's actually a friend from high school, so shout out my wedding planner. But I told my wedding planner before my wedding, I literally said to her, I am not joking. This is not me being funny before the wedding and then changing my mind later on. You do not even have to come up and ask me. Just tell me after it happens. But if someone comes into my wedding wearing white, ivory, or light beige, kick them out. They need to go. They are not invited into my wedding or my life. Why are people allowing these people to stay? Friend of my mom? No friend of my mother's would ever. Anyway, so this is the friend. What are those shoes? Oh, it's the scrolling thing. My dumbass. Oh my god, is that a red thing on her head? The red tulle shit that she put on her head? Girl, just wear red. It doesn't match the Dior bag she's got going on either. And then with the red shit she put on her head, this is so crazy. Whew. There's a lot to take in on this one. All right, the next one is close friend of the bride came dressed like this. And they say, attended a wedding a few days ago, and this is how a close friend of the bride came dressed. We overheard the bride jokingly scolding her, and she laughed it off. We saw these posted on social media and not even bothering to congratulate the couple or acknowledging the wedding. Very classy. This was also just ugly, so it's not really helping your case of being the center of attention because the dress is tacky and ugly. And the shawl, what's happening with the shawl? And this last one's just sad. They said, the dress my mom is planning to wear to my wedding, she sent this to me yesterday and I still haven't replied. And it's straight up just a wedding dress. I did see in OP's comments that she told her mom not to even bother coming to the wedding. And that's the last we have heard of it from their anonymous profile that they made for this. So I hope that their wedding went well and that they were unbothered. Alright guys, that's all for today. I'll go ahead and call it. Don't forget to murder the subscribe button and beat the shit out of the like button. And if you're feeling crazy, you could stab the bell. And I will see you very soon with another video.